Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Check it out. Good morning, Sassy Mom. Psychic Shad. Up in here, up in here. Haley Jones in the zone. Okay. I would love to. We can change the binaural frequency to focus. This helps you stay awake, or not stay awake, but to stay focused. But yeah, have a good day, sister. Antoinette up in here. Good for focusing. Okay, thank you. Let's see, my brother Alfred's supposed to come over here. Maybe special guest. We'll see. Yeah. The drones. So good morning, sister Jane Prentice. Experimental. 3 p.m. in the UK right now. Welcoming ammo check, 5 p.m. in Bulgaria, wherever that is. Are you in Bulgaria, or you just randomly said that? They wildin' out here. Lots of Neptune alignments this week. Not sure what that means, Neptune alignments. But one thing I do know, people's minds online have been very noisy. You kinda fine. Thank you. The truth is everybody kinda fine. But this is not a place to, holla. This is a place where we learn to love ourselves. This is more mature stream, If you're looking to holla, not here. You kinda fine. I told you, the thirsties. Whenever the winter season come, more energy that you don't use, and when your energy is undisciplined, the thirsty happens, because we don't learn to be with ourselves. We don't learn to chill. also it's because I have to, practice healthy boundaries, or else people start hollering at me. Right? Because, right, when people start off with, you kind of fine, you gotta let them know that's not what we do around here, or else you're digging us in the wrong message. And then some people start throwing money at you, donations, to holla. Which has happened before, that's why. And then I gotta disappoint them. We're not doing that around here. So just gotta let them know early so they can go to where they can holla at people. What do you think about the quantum field? That's just called, to me, it's called spirituality. Of course, quantum field. When science doesn't know what it's talking about, it makes up a fancy word to try to understand it, like the word infinite. You just don't know shit, so you just label it, oh, that's infinity. You don't know what's possible. Quantum field, spirituality, that's what I hear instantly. This is why I don't dwell in the world of science anymore, like I used to. Because they're behind spirituality. And everyone already knows this, but why? Sometimes we need proof because we don't have faith. Science is behind because it lacks faith, but then it's starting to have faith and it labels things like the quantum field. Right? Even Einstein had to admit he don't know nothing. But some of us think we're so smart. That's why we have sometimes many arrogant people who think they know everything. The best thing I realize is that we don't know. And when we are humbled, the ego is smaller. When the ego is small, the heart is bigger. When the ego is big, the heart is smaller. Because the ego thinks it can outweigh the heart. And that's why people run away from arrogant people. But you just do it quietly. You don't want to piss people off while you descend away from arrogant people, Because people have gotten mad at me for leaving their community before. Why? Because they're not effective. Gotta keep my eye on the phone. His brother, what's his name here? His brother, Alfred, special guest. I used to look into Michio Kaku and all this string theory and all this thing that make me feel like it makes me feel like I'm in on a cosmic secret with the scientists. When you wake up today, you're already in on a secret that your life is a blessing. That's it. Same thing with what the other guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, do. I'm like, alright, I'm done with you. That's why I just stick to the OGs, Tesla, Einstein, the ones that humble, but now I just stick to Buddha, Jesus. I stick to you. You teach me more than these, right? You teach me more about the universe than oftentimes these people who talk about the universe all day. Your life is so beautiful and sacred, but sometimes we miss the simple sacredness of your suffering and your success and your family, your upbringing. Right? So the more you open up about what's on your heart, you bless me with the universe. Because the way you experience the universe is not how I am. But when we're willing to merge authentically, we feel oneness. One love. But it's not like that everywhere. Sometimes people are not humble, Sometimes people are a bit arrogant. And that's why meditation helps you to stay humble, to check in on yourself, that you don't know nothing, but you're here to still use your mind to figure something out, to make your life work. But as much as you know, you can't know everything. But maybe not knowing everything is a way you can tap into everything by not trying to do it. I think we call that freedom. What do you think about channeling? Depends. Some people channel. Like right now I'm channeling from my heart. I'm just speaking love. Some people channel from here. Some people mix the two. But some people mix the two, but they lean more towards Archangel Michael in the sky, all this and that. But sometimes we channel things that don't even help people. It's just like, ooh, Archangel Michael came by. Because there used to be groups of people who channel like that. And I realized, where are we going with this? Nowhere. It helps you people have faith, but you could also channel if you just live from your heart space. The end. Everyone, if you just live from your heart, you're an amazing channel. Right? Of course, you can have some of the mind, but lead more with your heart than the mind. Right? That's what do you think artists do when they make art? They're channeling love. But some art is a bit more glitchy, and you can see in the artist, it's more mind. And some people resonate with that style, more mental. Right? But the result is not the art. The art is a practice. The result is how the artist feels. Because some artists can, both artists, one who come from the heart and one who come from the mind, they both make art and sell art. But which artist is genuinely happier is what I look at more. And I see the miserable artists who make money, but why are they miserable? Some artists chase the money, but they don't follow their heart. This is an issue. You know what I'm saying? Welcome Maratus88, Claire Morris, Bipolar Betty is here, Young Rose, Fresh One. If you show up on Kick enough, I need some more moderators because there's a lot of babysitting to do. Lots of teenage boys calling me the N-word every day. I don't want to have another screen to open up to babysit on Kick. So if you are somebody who uses Kick genuinely, I don't want y'all to just go to a new platform to moderate for me. I'm looking for genuine people who use Kick, and if so slowly those people will come. And because these kids need mentors. That's why they're out and about. They usually come in groups. We got a Buddha. Daniel. Tan is he. He's tan. Me, I'm tan too. Tanit. Tanet. Stardust Phoenix. Kaylee. Today we're using the frequency of focus, which I believe is 14 hertz. Virgil's B-Day today. Well, spray tan, bro. the brain, this is 14 hertz for focus. So daytime, I'm gonna try to use a different frequency. I'm learning how to apply the binaural. It's not as easy as just turning it on. I'm accompanying this frequency with another frequency, which is what? 285 hertz. So this focus helps us to stay centered, our mind not to wander too much. And the style of delivery is shifting and changing. What does it mean that these are the energy blockages when you lack faith, when you are not authentic? These are the energy blockages. Can you clarify that question, please? I think I generally get it, but my brother Alfred is supposed to come today, so if he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't, because everybody's tired from Monday at the temple. Monday is like the holy day, which means there's a lot more. The master teaches a large group of people all day. Right? So I'm at the temple 7 a.m. all the way to 7 p.m. And it's hard work. So yesterday I visited 432 hertz session and I went lost while we were meditating. What is this frequency about? Focus. And this is also 285 hertz solfeggio, which influences all the energy fields and send messages to our body to restructure itself. Over time, it leaves the body rejuvenated and energized. It's on here. But honestly, I just pick what's harmonizing. Right, I hear this tone first, and then I feel this is harmonized. Right? I could go to a higher frequency. And I could lower the volume on that. This is 528 hertz. Brings transformation and miracles in our life for solar plexus chakra. I'm using two applications. One is called Atmosphere Binaural Therapy, and the other one's a website called brain-beats.in. So I'm using two applications because, come on, that's two pinkies up right there. I'm giving you the best that I can. I'm giving y'all the best that I got every stream. We're not gonna do one app. We gotta do 2-3 apps one time. But just notice your energy. The app is called Atmosphere Binaural Therapy. And also, recently the master allows us to share his YouTube channel. So if you want to search him up, he has a YouTube channel. Before, I was not allowed to promote the master because too many people, he didn't want to be in the mainstream. But now, he's ready to be online. Because I'm trying to support my teachers. just search that into YouTube. Master Cow Chin. Yeah, before, the reason why we didn't, because many people came to abuse the master, just used him. But now he wants to promote, it's good to teach. Hear the teaching. Yeah, search that. Or just Cow Chin without the master. Because many people came, because, when you go on the channel, it's on there. He's healing things like, I wouldn't say he's healing, the universe does, You just a channel to heal many illnesses. And so many people didn't want to do the work and felt entitled for the master to help them and heal them while they didn't eat healthy, didn't sleep on time, didn't drink water. But the amount of entitlement has became more humble, and there's a better system created to protect the master now. Before, people felt entitled to get a free healing from the master because he doesn't charge either. So that's why we were very, exactly. I just typed it in the chat, sister. Yeah. So that's why we were been very protective, because the master is a living bodhisattva, but to me, he's living Buddha. And then the reason why I can do, the reason why my confidence and my ability to be here, it comes from heavy training from the master. So, and of course, lots of personal meditation, open-mindedness, and seeking the truth, whatever the truth is. How do you become a master? You become a student. Oh, okay. Cauchin. You don't see it in the chat. Yeah. So the reason when somebody becomes a master is because what they have done to the world has been immense. Like the way they've helped the world. Or nobody, when your work impacts the world immensely, people will naturally call you master, teacher. But in his level, he's the real deal. I'm just baby. Yeah, I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby spiritual. Right? Him, he's like holy Manjushri swinging the sword. Bing. Right? Me, I'm more feminine style spirituality, happy Buddha style. Him, he has so many technique. He's Kaswahi. He's the real deal. He's gonna practice what's effective, and that's why he'll yell at you to hold you accountable. Because you keep doing the same thing over. It's like a father, right? So he'll play the father figure because some people don't have a father figure. But he doesn't yell as much anymore because not everybody wants to be trained that hard anymore. They're too scared. But for me, that's why the discipline and the devotion comes from, because why he probably got trained the same way. Yeah, for real. That's why the master won't even talk to you if you don't wait in line for a day. Like in Asia, to meet the holy master in a mountain, you gotta sleep overnight before you can talk to the master. That's how serious it is. People you gotta be, because it's part of the journey. Right? It's like you being here and trusting, being patient on the journey to healing and self-discovery. And I'm on that same journey with you, figuring out how to be good devotion people. And sometimes we're not going to like what the master says. But he's not going to just not speak the truth. He'll piss you off and you're just going to have to deal with it and check your ego. And then, because he is who he is and you are who you are. Yeah. Does he help remote light workers? How about this? Every time I live stream, he's with me. Welcome in, Glitterbug. Lolita. For real, like whenever I'm doing the healing work, he's always with me. So that after every live stream, I remember, I thank you all the Bodhisattva, the Master. I thank my grandma that helped me to serve people today because, in the past I was just a depressed man, depressed boy, sad, but to even be here to help people because something behind you, something your ancestor, your teacher, your mentor, they say you can do it. You just have to do the work. So I just keep doing it. I think he's asking, what do you mean to each of those individuals? If someone turned into a church on like that. Oh. Let me see here. I'm doing it now. Those energies that get stuck to us can be devastating until we release them. Doubt, fear, and worry. Very destructive because you can choose other thoughts. But sometimes we get caught up in doubt, fears, and worries because that's how we feel. Sometimes we don't know you got options. I remember when I first realized if I don't like unhappiness, I could change. I could change if I don't like sadness. I didn't believe it at first. What do you mean I could just change? If you don't like the way you think, you could change the way you think. Golly. Okay. But why don't I feel better? Well, you can't just do it for one day. I'm going to be positive for one day now and go back to the same. Then I realized, wait a minute. I have to be positive like this all my life? And that's a great thing, right? But when you don't know better, you're like, I have to be positive all my life? Even though it's good for me, but my closed-mindedness in the beginning was just like, that's good for you. Your life becomes positive, but it feels tiring in the beginning. It feels like, do you believe that it was that simple? It has always been that simple. We are the ones that make it difficult. There's nothing wrong with you. You only perceive something wrong. Can you let go of perceiving and just being? The sun starts shining in my heart. Like, what is this? It's called love. That's the best thing ever. You're like, wait a minute, sun is shining. I feel the sunshine. You are the sunshine of my life. That's why I'll always be around you. Whatever your favorite song is, when you're happy, it's like playing in the background, like a meditation elevator music in your consciousness. Don't worry about a thing, every little thing is gonna be alright. Do 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 do. Don't worry. Do 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 do. You're like going to work, and when your energy is good, you feel more playful, you're more silly because you're, right? But you can't play too much if you're a leader, because then people think you're a joke. So that's why I try not to play too much, because I realize there's serious healing happening here, and I have to be willing to detach from too much stand-up comedy to more sit-down comedy. You know what I mean? More mindfulness comedy. I like to crack up, to be honest, right? I like Jim Carrey, Dave Chappelle, stuff like that, right? Bobby Lee. But sometimes it can be too distracting and disconnects from the flow. So I'm evolving. Like right now, I'm shifting to more impactful mindfulness talk, and more healing talk that still has some humor, of course. How to open your heart after a broken heart. How do you mend a broken heart? No, 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 no. How can you stop? How do you mend a broken heart? It makes the world go round. Your real heart can never be broken. What you perceive as your heart, your ego and your expectations of romance that didn't go well, seems broken. But the love that you are is beyond romantic relationship. It's just you. You are love. But sometimes we don't recognize that. And sometimes we have to go through broken-heartedness to get back to ourselves, because your real self-love can never be broken. But relationship outside of us can break, because it's codependent love. It needs two to love. But when that keeps breaking, maybe you're just looking to connect with you, not with somebody else. You see that? So your real heart is pure, just one. But sometimes we don't believe in self-love very much. We believe in romance more than self-love because we were not taught. Or sometimes we learn from Taylor Swift or a movie to look for love outside. Selena Gomez, or whatever people listen to now, to look for love outside. Sometimes when we see people have a happy relationship, we feel we're missing out. Sometimes they look happy, but they're not. They got matching Jordan shoes, but that's on the outside. They look happy, but on the inside, sometimes it's not truly happy. Only you can know true happiness within yourself. If you don't have true happiness for yourself, you can't share that with anybody else. We're taught that self-love is selfish, and that's why so many people are unhappy, heartbroken, divorced, and children repeat the same pattern for multiple generations of misery that leads to alcoholism and substance abuse. And then we wonder why our children not doing good, because we're not doing good either. And I'm the child of parents, of a mother and father who fought all the time. So that's why my brain is hyperactive from seeing them argue all the dang time. That led me to healing myself through meditation. And of course, many more stuff. Right? When people are arguing all the time, you can't escape it. You do escape by daydreaming. You're there, but you don't want to be present because you're in a toxic environment. So you get bullied in school. You're at school, but you don't want to be there. So you just pretend you're not there by daydreaming. So at school, I just daydreaming all day because I didn't want to be there. What do you think people do at work? They're at work, but they don't want to be there, so they're not as productive. So while you're at work, the computer, AI, detects that you're daydreaming too much, you're not productive, then you may start getting laid off. Or they warn you and you get triggered. When you get triggered, now you think the work hates you, but they know you're not productive. But you don't realize the reason you're not productive is because you don't know how to take care of your mental health and your emotional health. And they have to let you go now because they don't want to be your babysitter or your therapist. That's why this stream is here. At first I thought I wanted to be a psychologist, a life coach. I thought I wanted to be a spiritual counselor. These are all labels that I kind of followed. But I realized all you need to do is help people effectively. Because sometimes you have the label of therapist, monk, pastor, but it's not effective. Whatever your label is, just be effective. If you're a human being, be effective at being happy. You gotta choose what kind of life you want to live. You have a choice. This is a beautiful thing. If you want happiness in life, be effective at peace and happiness. Or else you'll be watching another Korean drama you didn't plan to, and you just watched the whole half of the season last night for 3 hours. And so we have discipline when we have purpose. we are also dysfunctional, aren't we? We all have weaknesses and strength, and when we can share with each other our weakness and our strength, we get to be better together. We get to improve life together. And that's what this stream is about. Right? You want a rain sound? Yeah. We're using the focus binaural frequency today. You're born in 1980. Yes, I'm born 1988. I want it to be a social worker. I wanted to be a social worker my first semester of college. One of my professors told me I was too gentle for that profession and should pick a new major. You should do whatever your heart tells you to do, because if you fail following your heart. Sawadee krap, Jasmine. It's better to fail following your heart than to succeed following what other people tell you to do. But when you do have wisdom, you want to say, is it true that I'm too gentle? Right? Because when you gain wisdom, your perception changes. Because there's yin energy and yang, masculine and feminine. You have to learn to be both if you want to have an effective life, but not balance 50-50. I'm naturally more feminine by nature, but I need to learn that masculine dot in the yin yang very well, or else I'm very out of balance. Some people are more masculine by nature, so you need to learn that dot of patience and calm. Because sometimes that dot of fire or dot of water, it needs to grow. So that fish needs to dive in and be more fire in some scenarios. But you always return back to what's harmonious. But you're able to flow in yin and yang. But if you're attached to just being water type or fire type, then you become disharmonious, because sometimes you need to be more patient. Sometimes you need to speak up a little bit more. Sometimes you need a strong boundary, but you're attached to, I'm soft-spoken, I'm scared, I have social anxiety, I don't like talking to people either. But you have to talk to people. Right? You gotta engage with strangers sometimes. It's not comfortable, but you gotta make your life work. Some people are fine with approaching strangers because they're more used to it, or they have practiced it. Right? Like when I'm online engaging with random conversation, it takes a skill to engage, but I lead with this. I'm not worried if I'm gonna say the wrong thing. I just do my best to be genuine, authentic, humble, grounded, peaceful, loving. You just have to know who you are. That's it. You don't have to be perfect. Sometimes I piss people off. Not everyone's gonna like you, even if you're perfect the way you think you should be. Right? Someone's gonna not like you, even though you've done everything correctly on your checklist. So don't try to please others. Do the best to be you, and that is enough. A moment to breathe together. You have to find time to just relax too. When we talk deeply, sometimes we can get caught up in the dopamine of the wisdom, but we have to digest the information with a little time to breathe. So you have to do this with yourself from time to time. You can do a lot of thinking, but you have to give yourself time to digest your thoughts. You have to learn to use your system, not abuse your processing. Right? This is a processor, but if it's always overloaded, your system, nervous system becomes overheated. So when you're processing, you got to give yourself time to calm down the system, right? When the computer needs to process more, the fan turns on, right? But if you have good airflow all the time, the computer, your nervous system stays low temperature, which is a happy computer, a happy human being. Because the computer don't have the feeling, but you do. The happiness is the guidance system, but sometimes discomfort can lead to happiness too. Because when life is too comfortable, you don't feel challenged, right? Which means you're doing something too easy in your life, and it's not inspiring to play Super Mario, the same game over and over. You want a little bit more challenge. So you play Super Mario 64. But after a while, you master Super Mario 64. You want to evolve to something greater. Maybe you play Super Mario Sunshine, and maybe you eventually switch platform and play something else. You want to follow what's inspiring for you. But it's the same discipline. Pay attention to your life. If you don't, then you may walk down the same street and fall down the same pothole and cry the same way because you didn't pay attention again. The way you breathe to relax yourself at work. You have to calm your body. This is one of the major key. Like if you're at work and you have to quickly relax, know that there's no such thing as quickly relaxing, but you can do it. There's a way to do it, but it still requires you to be patient. So the first key is like, okay, you're stressed at work. just pretend to do what you're normally doing. Stare at the screen and just breathe. And relax your eyeballs, relax your hand, and just pretend to keep doing. If you're at work, on a computer screen, pretend that you're using the computer while you're giving yourself positive words. Relax. You have to be your own coach sometime. You're gonna be okay. Breathe. Relax. Yeah. And sometimes you need to deepen your relationship with your breath. Inhale the molecular energy into your lungs. Because sometimes we're breathing, but we're not really deeply with our breath, the sacredness of it. So that's why I do this motion. Medusa says, I'm trying to deal with being so broke. I'm being hit in every direction. The less you have, the more you need. Maybe what you're really looking for, Medusa, the less you need, the more you have. Sometimes you think the less you have, the more you need. Medusa says, I'm down to just food, car insurance, to be able to get food. Some people don't even have that, Medusa. Some people are on the street right now, living in a box. You have car insurance. Wow. That's a dream for some people, that you can get food. Wow. Realize the miracle you have. You know, I tried it. I tried that. It stopped working when they canceled. One thing I learned to not do is give up. And one thing I learned to do when my money is low, work more, sleep less. Because if you don't want it that bad, you will stay poor mentality and broke forever if you're not hungry to improve your life. No one's gonna hear coach you. You can do it, but you gotta coach yourself. You can do this. Maybe sometimes you need 3 jobs, but guess what? Your life's working out. At least you got 3 jobs. Maybe to pay off your debt, you just buy bread, mayonnaise, ham or whatever. I used to just eat sandwiches all day. Just maybe 3 sandwiches a day. You save a lot of money eating sandwiches until you pay off your debt. I was tortured, beaten, and run amok. I'm disabled with severe PTSD. Yeah. Just keep going. When you're here with positive energy, this community, we help with your PTSD. Because what we're doing here helps us to connect with each other, helps us to be more present. And then you just keep cultivating, and your life, we all bloom together. And it's free to be here. Being here is free. Of course, you had to pay for the phone bill. And we're all working on healing, improving our mental health, emotional health, spiritual connection. It's twin flame, is it real? You have to twin flame with yourself first. Welcome, Sister Christina. Before you can twin flame with somebody else, you have to twin flame with you first. Gunagi. You have soulmate, but you have to be your own first. If you don't even want to be with you, why would anyone else want to be with you if you don't even want to be with yourself? I can help you get a boyfriend or girlfriend easily, but if you want soulmate quality relationship, love your damn self first. Because if your energy not good, you're gonna attract other people's whose energy is not good too. But when your energy is dope, is humble, is happy, is beautiful, you're gonna attract that energy naturally. I'm surprised people don't talk about it a lot more, because it's not profitable. When people become more spiritual, they don't go out on dates as much because they just work on their energy. They just work on their mental health, emotional health, and you naturally attract the best person. Instead of you going to look for a girlfriend or boyfriend, your energy naturally attract them. And then you choose, do you want this quality or not? Right? People come to you, there's lessons. Alright, Alfred's here.
Hi guys.
Let me make some space real quick. This is my brother from the temple. The last spiritual practitioner standing, or only one or two. Young mystics hard to cultivate nowadays because laziness. The real ones don't want to sacrifice, the real one will sacrifice, but they're very few. This is one. Just haven't given up yet, so that's why. And he's been on my life, before when I first stream on Twitch. So this is my homie, who is Latino. He's American. He's born here by I think his parents, El Salvadorian and Mexican, but Americanized, and he lives at a temple. And when I first entered the temple, he's one of the brother who's there. So let me just make some room. Be on the bottom screen. And then I guess I'll make him the top screen. External projector. Yeah, so special guest. Surprise! And also we had the same master, Master Kauchin, Mahayana monk here in H-Town, holding it down, of course. Alright, I'm going to add a share screen. Add screen. Let me. The Holy Master's coming in. The Holy Master is coming in. Ooh. Let me see here. Test. Okay. I know we are bougie in here, okay? So you got special guest chair and everything here. I got some lighting on here. Oh no, it's too bright. Yeah, just a little bit. See, I have a cushion I don't even use. This one's, if it gets cold, I just do that. It's a me. Let me go get him real quick. I hope he don't get stage fright. My wife went to pick him up. Okay. Can you get my... Yo, yo, yo. Welcome everybody. We got my holy brother. I guess everybody's holy anyways. We got brother Alfred here.
Hello, good morning.
Let me check your EQ a little bit here. And how you feeling about being here today?
Pretty good. It's been a while. This is my third time now.
Yeah, he's been coming on since I was just purely only on Twitch. And of course that's years ago.
I think the last time was maybe 2 years.
2 years ago, yeah. 2 years ago, the same people kind of come on. Grace and Alfred is the main ones. And Emily. Emily comes on from time to time. Let me get the headphone. Okay. And let's see
Too
here.
long.
We got, of course, brother Oscar Shearing here. Joy says hi, brother. Golden Orchid Launch. And can't really see Alfred's face. Yeah, you can. Open your eyes right there. Oh, you mean like the... Hold on, let me see. I could lower it. Is that better? Lower? Okay, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, you don't need to see me as much anyway. Alright, graphics on. Okay. Is everything perfect now? Welcoming Elf. So when do you have to leave? Whenever. Are you down for, let me see here, till 1 o'clock? Or whenever, you can tap out whenever, just be like, you know. full, yeah. Okay, everything's good. Alright, so, shoot, we should ring the bell real quick. He's got his whole robe on. Shoot, of course, thank you, brother Alfred. Of course, gotta be grateful for our master, holy master, because we would not be here if we didn't have the same master. We're in Houston, Texas, and recently the master said we can promote him on YouTube, Master Couchin. But of course, it wasn't always like that because people use the master a lot and don't do the work, and that's the main main reason. So maybe can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Like who are you?
Well, as you guys know now, my name is Alfred, and I'm actually a monk. Well, I do have my hair, my mustache, and beard and whatnot. I haven't took it off. It's been maybe 4 weeks now that I haven't took it off, but I am supposed to be bald and I am supposed to take this off. For now, I'm keeping it for today, actually, and then tomorrow I'm going to take it off again. I wanted to come back here as I was before the last time. Kind of have that same energy, bringing it back, and I would like people to know me before and after.
And what did you like about coming here? What do you enjoy? Because third time already.
The people. You guys are very friendly, very supportive, and you guys are the hope, the difference this world needs. And so that's why I like to be here too. Sometimes all we need is a message, a strong message to help us stay on the right path.
Yes, and we're definitely kind of have a same mentality about spiritual development. You don't even need to be Buddhist. You just need to practice with great result and help people, right? Can you speak on that a little bit, please?
When you're helping people, you're helping yourself. And you guys are the ones that inspire other people. You're the inspiration for others. You are the hope for others. And you can say you guys are like you bear the torch, the light inside. Once you have a fully developed light, you pass that light on to somebody else and they spread it out. There's a lot of darkness in this world, and you guys are the ones that are going to bring back the light. There's going to be balance in the world, and that's why we need all of you. Every single person is doing their part.
And that's what led us towards the Holy Master, because he helps people amazingly.
A lot of people are lost, and what he does is he puts them back on the right path. We're lost in our thoughts, we're lost in our work, we're lost at home, we're lost in our mind, and he wants people to take all these negative thoughts, these extreme thoughts, and put them to the side and focus on what's right, focus on what's good for you.
And you are El Salvadorian Latino American. Can you talk about how that led you towards like this?
Well, yeah, I'm of Salvadorian Mexican descent, and I don't think that has anything to do with how I portray myself. I was raised more American than anything.
Yeah.
For breakfast, we would have eggs, pancakes, bacon. I didn't actually eat all that much Latino food. Of course, when we had family gatherings, that's when they brought it all out. Yeah. But for Christmas, it was celebrated like they would anybody else here. We didn't have the tamales. That would be like maybe the cousins or the aunts that would cook that would invite us. But we would eat like what? On Thanksgiving, it'd be turkey, ham, that kind of thing, gravy, potato salad. It was I would say it's like the most American family I can think of. Even all my neighbors, we had a huge diversity. Even the schools I went to, huge diversity. It wasn't strictly Latino or black. It was everything you can think of.
And so what led you towards the temple and Buddhism in general?
So I was looking for something spiritual, and I know the church wasn't going to cut it. I've gone, and when I used to go, when I was invited, it was all in Spanish, and I didn't understand it. The Spanish I speak now, it's way better than it was before. I actually learned it here where I'm at now. I didn't have to speak it when I was young, so I didn't fully understand it. And now I actually have to use it, and now I can speak it better.
So you resonate as American more than anything, just because you're, or what would you say? How would you say that?
The way I see it now is we're all children of the earth.
Yeah.
We're not bound by a country, a border. I mean, I still have to represent who I am and what I am. But I'm just like you guys. We're all human. I don't want to say I'm American necessarily either. I'm a child of this earth, a child of God. And each and every one of you guys is the same thing. But if it helps you connect with somebody, then yes. I will portray myself as a Mexican if I need to. If it helps me connect with somebody, I'll speak Spanish. It's all a means to better connect with others and help one another.
Yes, that's why when people come here and they're Thai, I try to speak Thai because it helps people to feel a deeper connection. And of course, at the end of the day, we're all one love. but sometimes you've been blessed to be born half Mexican and half Thai, or Cambodian, and that's the karma, right? We've been blessed with our culture, and sometimes we can use that to actually bring the world up a little bit.
I think karma is an extremely useful thing. Well, I'm pretty light-skinned, but it comes in handy. And most people will associate me with something else actually before they assume I'm Mexican. But regardless of how I look, the karma has bound me to this body, and that's fine. I can use it to the best, and everybody should use however they may look, love themselves for whomever they may be and however you were born. This is the seeds of your past that have been actually bloomed. They bloomed, and this is why you look this way, the way you think, the way that you are. It's all from the past, and you can always change it. If you don't like the way you are now, change your thoughts. You'll change your future.
You can scoot up a little bit so your head's not hitting that. Yeah. Okay,
Better.
I think the maximum amount of people in this space is 2 for now. So what do you do as what is your practice like? I think that's this is, if you're just joining us, this is Brother Alfred who I met at the temple, and he eventually led to becoming ordained, monk. And since I came to the temple, I'm very selective of who I talk to. And if you're not about developing yourself or trying to improve yourself, then what the hell are you doing? Realistically, what the heck are you doing? And so, it's Molly. It says she's from what? Florida.
Oh, I met you. Cool.
Yeah, many people here from that. Some people have been to the temple. There, let me see if you can. Yeah. And she also came to the park to meditate with us. So a lot of people online pop up at the park, and some people from the temple, from the girls team, are on here too. Can you read all this, or is it blurry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can read it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So what is your practice like, brother? What do you practice personally? Don't even have to be like as a monk or whatever. What do you practice to cultivate?
Kindness. That's, for me, one of the most important things. That's what the world needs. A lot of people are, maybe you can say they're full of too much negativity, and I try to be the most optimistic that I can. I always try to give a positive message, because that's what the world needs. That's my main practice, is keeping my thoughts in order, keeping my energy in order. And how would I word it? You're going to meet a lot of people in this world that are going to maybe even yell at you, be angry at you for no reason, cause you trouble. Our job is, how do we react and how do we maintain our peace? No one can take away your peace, but depending on how you react, you'll lose it right away. You give your power to someone else. Why do you do that? So I'm practicing that, maintaining my peace, maintaining my power. There's too many people that maybe they don't see it. They're going through some kind of suffering, and they're throwing it at you. Maybe they have so much insecurities that they're throwing it at you. But it doesn't mean that you have to feel that. You always should maintain your peace. So my main thing nowadays is to maintain my peace, maintain my positivity, and maintain positive words towards myself and others.
And what's your practical thing? What's a practical thing that you do to maintain that? Like maybe a technique that that you use.
Actually, it's meditation and being mindful. So when I meditate, I do one of the original practices of the Buddha, and it's, I've been talking about it since I got on. It's kindness. You essentially, you sit down, you do one meditation, but you keep repeating the same thing. May I be happy. May I be free from suffering. And then you'll transition to someone else. May this person be happy. May this person be free from suffering. And then you go on to your enemies. May my enemies be happy. May they be free from suffering. And then you transition to the world. May all sentient beings be happy. May all sentient beings be free from suffering. So I do that kind of meditation as of late. And then outside of that, just mindful of everything that's around me, the people, the things, the birds, the insects, the trees, Or if I'm attending to people, I talk to them. Hey, how are you? How's it been? How can I help you? Sometimes they're stressed, and my job is to help them de-stress. And it's helping me focus on me. How can I maintain this posture? How can I maintain this composure? And what can I say that helps both of us raise our vibration to something higher?
Yeah, I think that this is called a metta,
Metta, yeah.
which is, compassion, like for the world, for yourself, inside out. And so many types of meditation, right? You just have to practice the one that works for you, right? Practice something. Somebody was asking, let's see here, how do you manage your thoughts?
How do I manage my thoughts?
From Sarah.
So I look at myself, and I do catch myself. I have to catch myself. I'm like, oh, why am I thinking about this? It's not useful. And I'll just transition to something else. But I actively look at what I'm thinking about. If I'm thinking about like breakfast, I'm like, well, I don't need to focus on that right now. Let's focus back on being here. Someone that caused me trouble, and this happened maybe like 2 weeks ago. This lady was giving me a hard time, and I'm like, why am I even focused on this? She has the right to say what she wants. She has the right to express herself. But let's focus back to what I was doing. So I just try to catch myself.
Yeah, which is awareness, when we meditate, we have a more awareness. Hey, look, this thought, it's not serving me right now, or it's irrational to just keep. Yeah, sometimes we have issues, but the more we dwell on things that don't serve us, the more we're disconnected. But the more we focus on the things that do serve us. So what serves you? What inspires you to stay at the temple and live at the temple and become a monk? What inspired you to stay on that path? Because many people don't stay that long.
It's hard to deal with the stress and the people. It can be a very hard thing, and sometimes you feel like you have a lack of freedom. But I'm inspired by my master. He's been doing this for so long. If he can do it for this long and maintain his peace, why can't I? If he can help so many people, why can't I? So he's actually my source of inspiration. I know that sometimes he has to be a little hard on us, specifically me and him, sometimes him. But he does it because he cares. So when we get mad, not necessarily the best of reasons, but when he gets mad, it's to teach you something, it's to help you. So he inspires me to stay on the right path, to do the right thing. And when I'm off the path, he jumps in. He'll correct it.
If you're just joining us, this is Brother Alfred, who is my Dharma brother at the temple, who, when I first didn't think I needed a holy master to mentor me, he's the first. Him and Jason were the first one to like, hey, what's up? And so that's where our journey began, when I met him at the temple, and we continue to be friends through the ups and downs. It's intense, because this is a real master helps you to go through this intense journey of climbing up the mountain. And some people don't keep going. It's easy to just decide, I'm just going to go back towards my old life, right? Who I used to be. But if you don't, you begin to evolve. And maybe can you explain how have you evolved from before and after from spiritual devotion?
Before and after, that's a really good question. I think I do things that are better for myself. I don't catch myself being so negative anymore. I still do normal things. I still go out with friends. I still go out and eat. I still go watch things on YouTube. Certain things don't change, but the way I see myself, the way I treat myself is what changed the most. That's what being spiritual is, being with yourself. I don't ever feel alone anymore. I never feel lonely. I know that I'm never alone. And that's one of the biggest things that I've learned. And being spiritual is to know that you're never alone. There's millions of us out there. While we might not be next to each other, we're still connected.
Exactly. That's why the motto of what we do in here is love your damn self, and it has been effective with our lives. Basically, it's just the way I approach it is a bit more brute, because honestly, the master's the same way, but as a Buddhist master, he's not gonna tell people love your damn self, right? It's kind of not demure, but if in private, he may tell you, right? If you're like a devoted student, he'll like do it in a way where it's action based, you know. Let's see here. When you fall off the path, Brother Alfred, how do you personally get back to the space of love?
You should first wake up and ask yourself, how do you feel? It starts with your morning. I don't think we ever truly get off like the path. We have to always ask ourselves, how do we feel and what can we do to make ourselves feel better again? You're meant to be happy. Every single person is supposed to live a happy life. Not saying we're not going to go through hardship, but being on the right path and falling from it is just because you're not checking on yourself. You're not asking yourself, hey, how are you? What can I do for you? What can I do something that's going to make me feel better, uplift me, raise my frequency? So you have to just always ask yourself, how do you feel? And always start that off in the morning. As soon as I wake up, I do my morning prayer and I ask myself, why do I feel this way? I should be excited to be up. Change my mentality. Let's do this. Let's do the work. Let's go help someone.
And we definitely learned that from the master because he's been doing this for freaking years, maybe over 40 years of just waking up and serving humanity. And so we know he doesn't sleep very much. And so when you have somebody like that in your life who doesn't sleep much and help thousands a day or more, could be millions, because in private he does a lot more. In public he's in the temple, but in private he could be helping a lot more people, and he does. It's just you don't want to tell everybody about your private life because you want to stay humble, or else talk about the humility. How do you stay humble? Because on the spiritual path, it's easy for spiritual practitioners to gain a big ego because they've, for whatever reason, right? So what have you noticed from ego? How do you check your ego, and what does it look like when somebody doesn't?
Ego, you have to accept that you're not always going to be right. It's okay to be wrong, and for you to grow, you have to be wrong sometimes. Ego is, I'm right, I'm always right. What you say doesn't matter. Even right now, I have my brother here, and he has the right to give his opinion of what it may say. We may not necessarily agree. Me being humble is like, maybe I should actually listen to him, and maybe he's got a good point. Maybe he's going to put me in a better direction than what I think. Don't limit to your belief. Being humble is, you're nothing more, but you're also nothing less than anyone. Try to be equal. If anything, if you can try to be a little bit more humble, be nicer, bow to whomever it may be. Give them what they deserve, the respect that every single person deserves. Be humble, keep yourself composed, don't be angry. It's not about always being right. Spiritual ego, these people think they know everything. We don't. Then why are you still here? If we knew everything, we wouldn't be here. We're meant to come here to learn, to confront the situation we're in. You can call it karma. You're going to be put in places for you to learn. Life is always going to be talking to you. And if you have ego, you're not going to overcome it.
And the reason we, even on my own journey, I had to face my own spiritual ego, because it's kind of required to be on the path, because you have to be crazy enough to decide, I'm going to believe in myself deeply. And it's not natural to just like, I'm going to be closer to the universe or God. And so your ego does sometimes do that, because I think it's part of the journey to have it. But some people just use that to make money.
Ego can be a good thing. I don't want to say necessarily a bad thing, but your ego is, oh, I'm sad. That's your ego. There's a lot of people that are like that. Oh, I don't feel good. That's your ego. Put that to the side. You shouldn't feel that way to begin with. And then ego can also be, oh, you have to listen to me. I'm so-and-so. I have this title. I'm a monk. Go listen to me.
Yeah.
When people are ready, they'll be ready. We cannot force our beliefs onto other people.
Now, our master can be like that with us, because before he firmly teaches us. He shows us so much love and many gifts that the universe has flowing through him. So, it's like you have to keep it secret, because when you are a true student, the master shows you more, because not to get you to be like, whoa, cool, but to inspire you to be on the path, because maybe something great is for you too, and there is. So that's why the master can demonstrate things for you, but you're not here to show off like, my master can do this. It's more about what can you do to also help the master serve. Can you share something with that?
The master teaches you what it is to be a good servant. He teaches you what it's like to help other people. He used to tell us, actually, he doesn't publicly say this to everybody. He would say, don't look at what I say, look at what I do. Meaning, look at how he's serving people, how he presents a gift to somebody, how he presents a smile to somebody, how he keeps order, how he's always moving and transitioning things. It's never the same. He's showing you impermanence.
The master has broken one of my crystal singing bowls when I first came to the temple, because it was like, if you're too attached to the singing bowl, then you don't even want to train with me, because his training is it's a lot harder than a singing bowl breaking, for sure. Because it's like, if I can't get over just him breaking a singing bowl, then I'm so attached to the material, and he won't train you if you can't even pass the initiation phase, but you don't even know you're being initiated. You just think random things are happening. Can you talk about why the master won't really deeply mentor everybody?
Sometimes you have to learn life lessons on your own. Specifically, you have to go through something first before he can take you in as a student. And he knows if you have way too much ego, it's not the right time. You're just going to get scared anyway. That's how he'll look at it. Oh, this person's not going to believe it. I cannot help this person yet. And sometimes you have to want to receive help. He cannot force you to receive help if you don't want it. You have to be open-minded. If you're open to listening and changing, he can focus on you. But no, I already know what he's talking about. I don't care. What's he going to tell you? Nothing. So you have to be in the right mindset. You have to be open-minded. It's more like that. And then sometimes maybe he's not the master for you. Everyone has a different master. We don't all have the same master, but we can all learn from different masters.
For sure. That's why some people, they just come by, and the master already knows if you're going to leave eventually. As a matter, he'll tell you in your face, eventually you'll betray me, or eventually, oh, you're meant to help build a temple, you're not. All right, just follow who you're inspired. The friend that guided me to the temple, she's more inspired at the time Hinduism, right? He's a Buddhist master, so there's a conflict. Like, she's inspired by the Hindu path, but she's with this master, but her heart's somewhere else. So he's honest with you, because he don't want to waste your time. Because he's got so many people to help. So that's why he's so blunt, because after you, there's still 100 people he still has to help in the same day. Can you talk about how intense the flow at the temple can be on a daily basis, or at even a weekly basis?
You never know. Some days are extremely busy, and then some days are a lot more slower. Some days are a lot more demanding, and other days more lax. You just never really know, but you have to be ready. And he always says, have a plan. And when it comes to him planning, how much food am I going to need in case there's a lot of people? How much space do I need in case there's a lot of people that show up? It's all about having a plan. And lately he's been really focusing on that, having a plan. When you meet certain people that are very demanding, he writes on his hand, he writes key terms. So when he sees a lot of people who use either this one or this one, and one, I just said it right now, plan. If he sees a lot of people and he sees a lot of disorder, he will talk about having a plan. So it just really depends on what he sees and the energy of the room. He reads it pretty well. Just like our brother here, I'm sure he can read you guys very well. He knows the message. He'll know it. He can't explain it, but he knows what you guys need to hear. It comes from the heart. Every single one of you guys can do it too.
Yes, it's all. Whenever we meditate and we surrender, like you surrender your whole body, mind, spirit, and the spirit, the universe flow, the Buddha nature flows. And it's beautiful that you can train somebody deeply, because I didn't know what was possible, but the master knows what's possible for you. You just don't know. And I remember how sharply my intuition expanded from the temple just by organizing the fridge for like months and months, which was very stressful because the master would monitor the fridges as you organized it. And then what I recognized was that he was helping me organize and my thoughts using the fridges. So as my thoughts are so organized, there was like space to flow, for energy to flow in my consciousness. And then I started, it was like, whoa, why is my intuition sharp right now? And I realized I didn't know he was training me. I thought I was just getting grilled every day for how bad I was doing the fridges. And then I realized, oh, that's part of the training. Let's go to a question here. Always Love Design asks, how can one understand their ego to release the hold or said ego? How can one understand their own ego with the intent to release, or if we even need to release it?
How to understand your ego? Your actions are ego based. How do you try to understand it? Well, ask yourself, is this me? And does it resonate with what I'm meant to do? One other guy said something similar to the ego, and I think it's something what I had said. There's nothing wrong with having an ego. We all have it. Ego can push you to do good things, but it can also make you really, really feel down. To understand your ego, you have to understand what bothers you, what makes you happy. And if you're going to use your ego, make sure you know how to use it well. How can I use this anger for something good? Is there a way to do that, brother?
For sure, because maybe you used to have anger, but that means you still understand a concept, and you can use that anger story to show people, look, I used to be angry because my mother always compared me to other children, so I never felt happy at home. But now I learned to love and accept myself. And so the anger, when you learn peace, you realize, oh, it's a choice. But we have to observe. Right? You don't have anger, your attachment, your ego has it. But when you realize you have a choice, the master always says you have two emotions, right? Fear and love. And anger is coming from fear. And you can choose love, but it requires discipline, not just one day, but gratitude, mindfulness, meditation. And that's why we have communities to inspire us, because it is not just easy. It's just, all right, I'm going to choose love today and your life changes. No, it's just you may choose love for a day, maybe a whole week, maybe a whole month, and then you decide to go out to the bar, get effed up or whatever, and then you forgot, you lose your discipline, you get hungover, and you lose your momentum. The devotion, the momentum is so important in your spiritual cultivation, because imagine you have a seed that you believe in, but when you get too hungover, you forgot to water your seed. And when you forget to water your seed enough time, you just abandon the seed that's still in the ground, and that seed could just die. But not really. The seed is an idea or an intention that just needs you to keep nurturing it, because it's energy. Brother Alfred, what would you say is the biggest change you've seen in Brother Tanet? I'm bald now? No.
He's a lot more humble. I think he was very direct towards people when it comes to trying to help them, but I think he catches himself and he'll bite his tongue at certain times to not necessarily hurt their feelings, because some of us are kind of soft. So I feel he's approaching people in a much kinder way. But sometimes if he needs to use the force, he will let you have it. And besides his look, I've seen him transition from long hair to bald to like long hair again, and then now he's letting it grow again. He's a lot more wiser. He has a lot of good information for you guys. He's got a lot of knowledge now. He's got a lot of experience. The biggest thing that he's grown quickly, the amount of sheer experience that he has, it's too much. Even I'm like, wow. Helps me get back on the path. The path to, you can say, happiness.
And one of the reasons that why I used to be so firm, because I'm good at being a ditto, you know, that Pokemon that copies everything. I just copied the master. So my sternness came from training with the master, but I eventually learned I have to be me and stop trying to be like the master. And so I learned how to use the flaming hammer to hammer the ego, but I don't always use it because it's a tool I have that I don't choose to use, because my nature is I like to use music, right? I like to use sound and flutes and things that are more melodic, but the master likes to use the flaming hammer. But only to bodhisattvas or people who are light workers. So if you're not serious, he won't bring a hammer onto you. And so I eventually learned that most people are not trying to be bodhisattva and light workers. And I kept approaching everybody in the way, you know, because I want to inspire people to be servants. But not everybody wants to do that. They just want to get a girlfriend, boyfriend, have a better mental health, emotional health. And the bodhisattva training is for few. So I only do the hammering thing for the real ones. And I learned to be more gentle because the real ones are very, very few. And I learned from the master. That's why he won't train everybody that seriously, because not everybody's that serious about service. And so I learned to turn it down because I got trained so damn hard.
Some people he can push. Some people, we're not ready yet.
It's scary. It's scary if your ego's too involved. Because you think, you know, even now, sometimes the master can test you and push you, but you have to be, because he's your master for a reason. That's why if you don't truly trust your mentor or your teacher, you're not going to grow. Because why would you listen to someone you don't deeply trust? So I might not like what the master says, but I'll listen because I remember how far I've come, right? How far I've come and how much he's helped me. And so we have to surrender. And that's why we have a deep respect towards each other, because times may get hard, but we know he's still at it. I'm still at it. We haven't decided to give up, and we decide to keep going because we understand it's all difficult. And many people won't sacrifice to live at a temple or to full-time serve and do sound healing for free online without even asking for subscribers or donation, because I'm just doing what the master taught us. Help people, the end. Help people and be effective at helping people. And the master doesn't just help people, he's extremely effective. And that's why I copy so much of what I can.
Like a doctor, he knows the medicine that you need, and if you take it, you will get better. But some people, they won't take it. And then they complain, oh, I don't feel good. No, he gave you the medicine. You just didn't want to take it. And the way our brother here, he gives you guys a lot of medicine. Some of you guys take it. Some of you guys take it with, you completely trust in him. But some of you guys, not quite yet.
If you're just joining us, frankly, this is my brother Alfred from the temple in Houston, Texas. Born in California. And now lives in Houston, Texas, where we have the same master, Master Kauchin, which is we're at a Mahayana temple, but the real teaching is beyond religiosity. But we still respect it because it's what we have, right? It's what we have. We have to learn to respect the culture and full-time service hard, but don't lose yourself. And that's why we have to have fun. You have to, that's why I crack jokes a lot from time to time, because it's so serious sometimes that we gotta F around, you know. You gotta,
Time and place for everything, right?
Yeah,
so time to...
I'm silly quite a bit because what we're doing sounds so serious, and if you don't learn to be silly or sassy, then it can lead to ungrounded activity, your energy ungrounded, or the need to go and drink, or the need to eat more, right? Which it could be many things. So as long as you make your life work, as long as you're happy genuinely, or if you're not genuinely happy, move towards that and everything will be fine. Let's see here. It's just about cultivation. What's the biggest challenge of discipline? Because I know a lot of people have issues with discipline. What can you say is one of the biggest challenge of staying disciplined?
So when you say you're going to do something, do it. If you say you're going to go on a diet, do it. If you're not going to do it, don't say it. And discipline, you have to discipline your thoughts, discipline the things that you say, and of course, discipline the food, discipline the amount of hours you sleep, the time that you go to sleep. It's hard because people, maybe they call it freedom, but without that discipline, you're not going to have your life together.
Yeah.
A disciplined mind, a disciplined lifestyle will get you to your destination. If you know you have to study every day a certain amount of times, or hours, should I say, to learn something, you should probably do it. That's discipline. You do what you don't want to do sometimes, but you have to in order to get progression. If you don't do it, if you just wing it, that's what you're going to get. So if you just do whatever, you get whatever. But if you put the time and discipline into something, whether it's dieting and exercise, you're definitely going to see results.
And we draw a lot of inspiration from the master because each day, like hundreds of people depend on him right? And he's like, people idolize. Some people don't do the work, so they worship the master. The master is trying to teach us how to do the work, but some people end up loving how he does the work and don't do it themselves. But we can't get mad at them. Why? Because that's the best that they know sometimes until they learn better. And so I draw a lot of discipline inspiration because the master, all he does is serve. So that's why streaming 10 hours a day, I'm thinking, how can I do 12 hours without while staying healthy? What do you do to stay disciplined towards not wandering and just, you know what, F this spiritual thing, let me just go back home to Cali, whatever. What do you do that keeps your mind and keep your energy focused?
It starts with my morning routine. I have to always tell myself, what can I do to better myself? What can I do to better someone else? What can I say to myself to lift myself up? And what can I say to these people to lift them up? Everything starts with the morning. They say the first 20 minutes of your morning is kind of programming what you want your day to be. As soon as you wake up, you start maybe prayer or a form of meditation, you're already programming your mindset the day that you want. But if you wake up, you're angry, where's my keys? Who's calling me at this time? Why? It's too early, I don't want to get up, I'm tired, and I'm angry. You're programming your day to be that way. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have to be that way. Everything really, really starts with the morning. For me, anyway. Mm-hmm. I know that's how I am. That's how I program myself to think. And that is the biggest factor for me.
This is why I have a morning coffee ritual, right? Because that is wake up, I start grinding my damn coffee bean. It's more about being with what I want to do. I want to drink coffee. So I just put the beans in, which takes some time. I could make it really quickly, but I realize I enjoy taking my time because I get to just do me before I get, and on here it's also it keeps me on track because it's so meditative, right? Because this is more grounded community and stream. So, and the master's the same way. He's kind of designed his life towards what fulfills him. He loves helping people and does it in his own way. So when you train with him, you have to do it his way. So when I'm here, I'm happy because I get to do it the way that fulfills me the most. And I'm glad that it's growing. So what do you see yourself? You also are interested in making content, being a content creator.
As of late, I have more time, and I want to dedicate more time to reaching out to more people and sending a positive message of hope in general, of well-being. I think there's just too much negative things out there, and we forget to look at the positive things in life. We're not always going to be going through good things, good times, but when you appreciate the things that you have, at least you know that, hey, life ain't so bad after all. It's actually a really awesome thing. So I want to dedicate more of my free time that I have with the world.
Yeah. I'm always trying to get my brothers and sisters to be online, because we need more mindfulness teachers that are authentic and just more calm people online, because Brother Alfred can reach a different people that I may not, right? And if we all just did our part, like Sister Grace on here started doing sound healing, and so she's gonna tap into people who doesn't resonate with me, and if we just all do our part, the world begins to change, and the consciousness of the platform also changes, and that's teamwork, right? It's not doing it alone. I shouldn't be the only one. We could all be doing our part. So the master does his part, I'm doing my thing, and then you're doing your part.
It's definitely something that we can't do by ourselves. We need your help. We need the support of everyone. He's reaching out to you guys, and you guys get this message, you can pass it on to someone else. And if you like my message, you can grasp it, you can pass it on to someone else. You're all part of something really big. Sometimes we don't see it. You're all very important, and in someone else's eyes, you mean the world to them.
And it's just following through on your faith, what you believe, because sometimes you have beliefs but you don't follow through on the practice. I believe in sound healing, so I turn my whole life into that, right? You believe in the master and the temple enough to stay there and cultivate and help people.
It's a lot of fun to be there. It is a lot of fun, and I encourage people, if you can be somewhere and be part of a community, it doesn't have to be a temple or a church, but if you can be part of a community, do it. Be part of something big. Help bring people together. You guys have all the power to do that. I understand sometimes it's cool to be at home. It's nice to be at home at peace in a place of solace, but you can still go out there and do something else, something more.
Let's see here. Some people have the words that are only for listening and to say outwards, but transformation is the words transforming within. Some read the words of the cookbook, but no cooking from the heart, because our heart still believes our old beliefs and do not accept the new ways. This is why I don't talk to people who read too many books, because they don't. You can tell when somebody doesn't practice the things they read, because they speak, but you don't feel anything from their words. And so that's why I'm very selective who I listen to, because some people are good at talking, but not good at practicing. They're just good at reading. They read really well. Can you share something about that? People who read but don't practice?
So it's good to read. It's good to stimulate your mind. It can be a very good thing, but I think it's not necessarily a good thing to only read books and not practice them. If you just like to know things, then yeah, keep on reading. But if you're going to read, make sure it's something that can be beneficial to yourself and other people that may have questions about it. But don't focus so much on the books, because a book is only an idea. Outside of that book, you have to go face the real world, and that book is not going to always help you.
And you can only if you have too many ideas, you don't master any idea. If you just master, just commit yourself to being more present throughout your day. But that idea of being present, you see how boring that is for the ego? Oh my gosh.
I read a lot of books, but it's like things on history. It's just for my own personal gain, and it's something that I enjoy. So it can be a really good thing, but outside of that, I know that this doesn't always help me to help other people. It's just for my own personal taste.
Yeah, so you enjoy it.
Yeah, I have fun reading.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing, but don't just delve into a book and believe everything this book says. And as I said earlier, it gives you an idea, but it's up to you to decide how you're going to use that information.
Because I did get caught up in reading a lot of books or audiobooks. And then I realized, I'm not applying. So I decided I was just going to study one book a year, which is kind of extreme, but you have to figure out who you are, right? How you work. I'm the type that need like deep focus and obsession. I need an obsession because my mind's so active. I need to laser on something, and so I've chosen sound healing and live streaming, right? So how can you figure out how you work? Like maybe you're not the same. You don't need to be obsessed like me with things. The master definitely has that type of like deep focus, but not suffering. How can you figure out how you work?
More, do you mean more like what you're good at?
Yeah, what you're good at, and like maybe how you're meant to, like not everyone needs obsession. Some people can read books, but some people just need to focus on practicing more. But some people do need books to stay inspired.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, there's people who don't like to read books whatsoever. There's always those kind of people. They don't read any single book unless they have to. That just tells you that's not for you. Some people rather hear an audiobook. That helps too. And then some people, they don't like that either. They rather come and they find someone else. Like our brother right here. This is their book. This is their audiobook. This is their source of inspiration. There are many ways to get about it. Everyone has their own personal taste. Find the one that's best for you.
And pay attention to how your mind works. When my mind began to be calm, I observed why. Right, like the chanting, like the master had us chant a lot. Holy.
Yeah, he had me read the Dharma Sutra at least 10 times a day.
Yeah, because you get to figure out, like I remember the master one day came up to me and told me to do like 6-7 things. And then I walked outside with him. He stopped and asked me, what did I just say? And I couldn't remember. And I got mad at myself that I couldn't remember. But what he taught me was that I don't have the greatest memory. But that's not a bad thing. That's just who I am. Not everybody has the memory of of Ananda. But one thing I remember, how I'm good with energy, mindfulness, and calm. So through your life, you see, sometimes you think it's your weakness that you have bad memory, but your intuition and your emotion is intelligence is strong. So he told me, like, your forte, the thing that you are good at, is more energetic than try to memorize things. Which was like kind of a stunner to me, because I was like, oh, it's not bad. And then, but he's not going to tell you. You need to figure it out yourself.
I think people tend to memorize things that they resonate with or something they really enjoy. I don't remember everything that he says. Like this, I can think of this morning, and if you want to share a little bit of what he spoke of today.
Sure.
It was actually about karma. And he talked to a lady, and this lady's been going through the same problem 4 times now. I won't specifically say what the problem is. And he said, this is the 4th time you've done it now. If you don't get it now, you're going to go through the same thing 5 times, then 6 times, until you finally get it. That stood out to me. I understood it just like that. Life is talking to you, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
And it's just going to get louder and louder and louder until you get it.
Yeah. I call that spiraling downhill, where you dig yourself into a hole, but you did it without realizing it if you don't pay attention. So that's one of the biggest, like, randomly the master would just pay attention, which is mindfulness. So one of the things that you tell volunteers at the temple, if you don't know what you're doing, have a seat, right? My wife Grace came on and talked about that. Like, if you know what you're doing, get involved. If you don't know what you're doing, have a seat, which means to get back to yourself and figure out, why are you even here? Why are you here? Because if you know why you're here, you're gonna pay attention. If you don't know why you're here, you'll eventually leave anyways, because you're not focused. Because if you're doing something that resonates with you, you're gonna focus. Like when I went to college and I went to get my basics, I didn't want to be there. But when I went because I want to be a digital communications and photographer, I was super focused because I wanted to be there. So I knew why I was there, which helps me to pay attention. But if you have to be somewhere you don't want to be, you're not going to want to pay attention. You're not going to want to be excellent. and you're just there oftentimes because it pays the bills, which is a good start, right? It's a good start to pay the bills, but as you good at paying bill, well, what's beyond just paying bills? And so purpose, right? It leads towards purpose. What can you say about purpose?
Every single one of us has a purpose. And don't think it has to be like the most glorifying thing. Some people are really good with cars. They become mechanics, right? Or they love cars. And they work on cars. And you might not think like you're doing a lot, but you are. You're preventing a car accident. You're preventing a car from breaking down on the middle of the freeway. And some might not think of it as something big, but it is big. Every single one of us is doing something. And you'll know what your purpose is because it's something that you enjoy. It's like a passion. Our brother here, he found his purpose, and that's to reach out to you guys, to help you guys, to uplift you guys, and put you in a good direction. Other people, maybe they might be a librarian. A librarian knows a lot about books, and sometimes you don't know what you're looking for. The librarian will help you. Hey, this is a good book that might help you, that I enjoy. You make a small connection, and you help them. You lead them to somewhere even better. Purpose. If you don't know it, maybe you should begin to pray or meditate and ask to whomever you believe in. May you help me find my calling. May you help me find my purpose. And try it and you'll find it. Life is talking to you. We said it earlier. It might not come through a dream. It might not come through the actual meditation, but maybe someone will come to you and tell you, hey, there's this opening for this. Would you be interested in this? Maybe you might get an email. Maybe you'll walk into some kind of event. Life is talking to each and every one of you guys. You just have to pay attention and you'll find it.
Do you want to do a guide meditation? I mean, just...
That's more your forte.
No, I mean, just like what you do. Like, I'll just play some bowls and maybe you just... Because we have a lot of information, and usually when we have a lot of information on the stream, I go into like some silence because we need time to digest the information. And so what you know, okay, just maybe because I think you might be doing this at the temple, maybe you're going to be guiding meditation and play the flute. So I'll play some bowls and then
Sure, we can try that.
Try it. And if I like, just tap me if you need. I'm on command, so let me just get some soothing.
So I want all of you to close your eyes if you're able to, and let's focus on the sound, the music, and on my voice. And I'll let you guys settle in real quick. Maybe give you around 5-10 seconds to find comfortable sitting position. You can sit on a chair, you can sit on the floor, whatever is best for you. And make sure you place your hands together. If you're a guy, your right hand will go on the bottom and the left one will go on top. If you're a girl, your left hand will go on top and your right hand will go on the bottom. And I want you guys to sit straight. I want you guys to be relaxed at the same time. And now I want you guys to, you can either close your eyes at your own risk, you might fall asleep, but try to leave them a little bit open, like 10-15% open. Now focus on your nose or on the floor, and if your eyes are closed, that's completely fine too. And I want you guys to breathe in. Take a deep breath. Hold it in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and release it. Now we're gonna do a little different now. I want you guys to breathe in the positive. Hold it in. 1, 2, 3, and breathe out. Breathe out your worry. Breathe out your stress. Let's go one more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Breathe out. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Breathe out. And we're going to be slowly only focusing on that. Breathing in. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. You should feel more at peace now. You should feel more relaxed now. And then remember, when you're breathing in, hold your breath for at least 3 seconds and then release it. You're releasing your stress, you're releasing your worry, and you're only absorbing and living in the positive every time you breathe in. Breathing in. 1, 2, 3. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Be mindful of your breath. Be mindful of this moment. Breathing in. And breathing out. And I hope you can all feel at peace now. No need to worry about anything because you're in the moment. You don't need to think about anything either. Just think about your breathing.
Now we'll do some music and just breathe and practice what we know with the music. that you're breathing in. And breathing out, be aware that you're breathing out. Test 1, 2. So what is it like so far, brother? Being on here with me again, years apart.
It's pretty...
Right, it's a lot more flow. We're on multiple platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Kick.
Fun.
Right,
it's a lot of fun and a nice sense of harmony.
More modern approach to the practice. And this one too, yeah. And so that's why I try to get more people to cultivate with me, because it works. It's like modernizing the traditional practices, you know. Sometimes it can be very... People need more. People need more spiritual vibes. I start to realize the reason I'm not Buddhist is because when I'm online, I see the whole world here coming from many religions, and we want to unite in a certain reason, which is love. But sometimes many spiritual people look down on religion, and many religious people sometimes look down on spiritual or agnostic people who don't believe in God, but we all believe in love. And that's one of the reasons why the master taught differently. Because if you're more open, he's going to teach you the open way. But if you need the Buddhism way, he's going to teach you, because at the end of the day, it's labels, right? It's more about living harmonious life. What can you say about that?
Different people, different levels. And sometimes he has to really talk to people differently depending on where they're at. It's not that he wants to treat or talk differently necessarily, but he's got to see it in a way that you're going to understand it. Like, can I go and talk about emptiness? Well, we're not even at the beginning, the foundation. We got to build a strong foundation first before we can work our way up to that. It'd be too much. It'd be way too much to handle, and if the foundation isn't there, what's going to happen? It's going to fall apart. He doesn't want to see anyone fall apart. We don't want to see anyone fall apart. So one of the best things to start off with is practicing love for self. Once you love yourself, you can love other people. And that's for me, from what I hear, he wants to focus on that first. Begin to love yourself. A lot of people, they don't do that. They look for love from someone else, whether it's a feeling of being wanted or just a general good feeling that makes you feel different. Maybe drinking a certain amount of alcohol to feel good. No, you're already good. No stimulant can give you that, and no person can give you that. All of you guys have that love already. You're just not putting it in the right place. You're looking for something you are born with. You're looking for something that God has already given you. You all have it, and no one can take that away from you.
But why do people make it so difficult to love their damn self? That's why we have to add the word damn in there. Because many people are like, yeah, you still not doing that?
I think no one's ever taught them that. I think we watch too much television, too much movies, too much commercials that say, hey, this is going to make you feel good. This is what you need to feel good. This is what you need to have love. You need to be married, and you need to have a family and children in a brand new 2025 Toyota. No, these are nice things, don't get me wrong. But that is not love. Those are things that can amplify a good feeling. They can amplify your life. But it's not what's going to give you that self-love. Self-love begins always in the morning and when you go to sleep. You have to truly connect with yourself. Meditate and find yourself. And if you cannot sit down still and meditate, just be mindful of your actions, mindful of your words. It's all from within. When you're meditating, you're looking within to find it. I have a little story, if you don't mind me sharing.
Of course, go ahead.
And I'll try to word it in a much faster way. But essentially, there was this guy that was born into a very wealthy family. He was connected with the king of his time, and so he was doing really good. But eventually, that king had to step down, so his family lost power. So he wasn't rich anymore, but he still went to school. He went to school, and he became a diplomat at the age of 25. And one thing he always stayed with was the truth. And so he became pretty rich. By the age of 33, he became a senator. So his life went up even further. More money, more attention. But one thing he never let go of was the truth. And I'll tell you a secret. What is the truth? Love. It's a form of love. So eventually, he was around 47. He has translated so many books. He's done so many cool things. He's helped so many people. Now a friend was being sent to jail. There was corruption in the government, and they were trying to put his friend in jail. He went in there and defended him. Why did he do that? Because he stayed with the truth. He knew that friend. He knew that he wasn't doing anything wrong. So he stepped in, did the work. So the friend got away. He left the country, but now this person was put in jail. They didn't like what he was doing. They didn't like that he let him get away. So they put him in jail. Now you might be wondering, well, why did that happen? When he was in jail, a voice came to him and said to him, I see I've been watching you for a very long time, and I've been with you for a very long time. One thing I know about you, that you are someone that has always stayed with the truth. You live by it, and you work by it. And so truth took the form of a person, gave him a hug, and said, don't ever feel alone, because I'm always with you. I'm the love and the embodiment as a person now, and I'm always going to be with you no matter what. And so he ended up staying in jail for the rest of his life, but he knew that he was never alone, so he wrote a book. Became one of the best books of his time, like 13th century, somewhere a long time ago around there. And he had to be in jail to write this book. He had to go through all this to be in that situation, to finish his purpose, to finish his last mission. And that's why he was set there. He found the truth. He found what true love is, and he passed away peacefully.
Beautiful. It's not always easy sometimes we don't know why we suffer, but with faith, there has to be a reason. But if you have no faith, you think things just happen. Why did God put me in jail? Or why are these people picking on me online on Kick and calling me the N-word? Or why are people criticizing me? Because everything happens for a reason.
It's another example of life talking to you. How are you going to react to it? How are you going to respond to it? Don't pay attention to that. Don't give in to the negative. Don't give in to people's opinions that don't matter. If it's a good opinion, listen to it. Awesome, cool, I appreciate it. But if it's something that's going to put you down, don't give it power. Remember, you guys all have the power. It's not for you to just give to anyone. You decide that. You dictate that.
Yes. Sometimes some things don't make sense for where you're at, but you have to have faith. You don't have to, but faith is like believing even though it's not there yet. And that is something I learned to exercise earlier on, because I needed faith, because my life was just doing so bad. I needed to just believe even though my life wasn't happy. I had to believe in the idea of happiness, and it slowly became that way. It didn't happen overnight. Even though my life was difficult, I was like, I'm gonna follow my bliss. I'm gonna practice gratitude. And I became obsessed because I need deep focus. So I became immersed. Let's say I like to immerse myself in the practice. So I just walked outside and I start thanking the trees, even the skin of the trees that protect the tree, the leaves that turns into the dirt. Thank you for the drainage system so my house don't be flooding. Thank you for the water that comes out of the pipe. Thank you for hot water because I don't have to shower cold. And then my brain changed because I decided to have faith in positivity. And this is before I even believe in like a higher power or some Buddha nature or some, and even to evolve to realizing there is no higher power. The power is just within. That's what we call higher power. And even expanding my mind to realizing some people believe in a higher power and that there's a God in the sky, and I'm open to that because that's their version of love. Faith is pure religion. Religion is a cult. It's a cult that helps people, or else it wouldn't last so long. But as any company get big, when quantity increase, quality goes down. Right? When something that is our artisan or small company, it's easier to manage and quality control. But when the philosophy gets so big like Buddhism or Christianity, you got the leader sleeping around with people's wives, or you got, harming the children, all these things, because when it's too big, it's hard to manage. And I even learned that from the masters. Like, he asked me, why don't I have a big temple? He said, is the temple too big? You cannot manage it. Right?
I remember him saying that, what good is a big temple if it's empty? So something small is okay. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be elaborate. As long as it serves its purpose, right?
Yeah, because I see he looks at every detail. The people who volunteers in the parking lot. He looks at the people who volunteers in the kitchen. He looks at the people who cleans the garden, because you want to be connected to everyone. They're not just here because, like, everyone volunteers at a temple with no pay. Right? We don't pay anyone to cut the grass at the temple.
Everybody gives from the heart. And if you give from the heart, you'll always get something back.
Yeah, always. But he's the real deal. That's why everything, people just love giving back, because he actually genuinely helps people. Now, the Thai temple I go to, the monks cut the grass because it's a different type. Their merit's different, right? The monks and so it's more about the community doing every single thing. But the moment you outsource a volunteering service, you disconnect the community, because that's a volunteer. They could be cutting the grass, but we don't create a landscaping team. Every community has people, but sometimes we don't want to create that team because sometimes we're too good for it. Luckily, I've been raised in humility. When I was a kid, I grew up in the Thai temple, and we always rake the leaf and cut the grass. And I remember raking the leaf and cutting I didn't cut the grass, but I just raked the leaves with the monks since I was a kid. And so I just got used to doing the dirty work. And my father, he's a head, one of the main council member at the Thai temple, but he takes the trash out all the time, just dirty, And so when I take the trash out, it reminds me of my father, because he takes the trash out at the Thai temple, I take the trash out the other temple. And at the end, it's about, if you can do the dirty work, you can do the dirty work within your dirty mind sometimes. Like the mind that's chaotic, cluttery. Sometimes your mind is just so sad. You can take the trash out with meditation, with mindfulness. Talk about the master always says, the bodhisattva work in the kitchen.
They are grown and made in the kitchen. Because in the kitchen, like any other, you can say like a restaurant, you start from the bottom and you work your way up. You're going to have to do the things you don't want to do. Whether it's throwing away the trash, whether it's the hard labor work.
Wash the dang dishes for years, like me.
Even the dishes, it's not easy when they keep piling up and they keep bringing them to you. But it's a real way to humble yourself. Here's more dishes. More? Okay.
At the Cheesecake Factory, the GM would go wash dishes with the dishwasher. And to me, I'm like, that is a great role model. Because whenever you're a leader who's too good to do the dirty work, now you're just the boss, you're not a leader.
You
Go
gotta
ahead.
lead by example. You definitely have to lead by example. It's not just about, hey, do what I say, or do as I say, not as I do. You really have to be the example. And the master serves as the example for everyone.
And the master will get down on the ground and wipe the floor and clean the things. Right? Because sometimes you can't depend on people. Sometimes you can, but not all the time. That's why the message, don't depend on others. Do the work. If you see a problem, show up with the solution, not with more problems. And it's about teamwork at the end. And if we all just did our part, life is harmonious. But when you don't want to do your part, sometimes you feel it's called disappointment. But if you never depend on others to be happy, then you will be least disappointed. Sometimes you may be disappointed because the ego sometimes have expectations. And that's the nature of the mind. But the less expectations you have, the more happy you are. The more you need somebody to love you, the more you have a chance to get disappointed and heartbroken. Serenity with Emily is here. That's Emily, the American.
Oh, yeah, I know her.
American who comes to the temple. It's funny because at the temple, there's like maybe how many American people?
Not too many.
Not too many. So we're, you can count on the hand, and it's beautiful because if you're humble enough, you'll find your way there. But sometimes there's some spiritual people who comes to the temple who don't stay because they don't like the truth. The master will piss you off instantly. Right?
I think he likes to poke people's ego, see how far he can go. Not always. Some people he just wants to see.
Yeah.
Let's see how spiritual you are. Let's see how humble you claim to be.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out, and he'll have to poke you a little bit. He can say rattle the snake, and some people know how to react. Some people, he just said it, they don't ever come back. Then I've seen people who come years later. Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't know what he was doing, but now I understand. I have to come to say thank you to him. He was teaching me, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's when you're dealing with the Holy Master on his level, he doesn't need you, and he'll say whatever because he wants to help you, but you don't realize it sometimes because sometimes we're attached to what we know. I remember he told me that when I first volunteered in the his problem, he's too attached to what he knows, straight up in front of Sofo. I'm like, because he would come to the kitchen and just complain every day, and I just thought, man, that sucks. But at the end of the day, it's not. It's about if you're able to be pushed, he will push you to be better. But if he push and you run, then he won't push at all. Maybe just a little bit, not all the time.
He just wants you to become the best version of yourself, the happiest version of yourself. That's what he's trying to lead us to. And at some point, you won't no longer need a master. You could do your work. Your brother, this is his work. He pushed him, and now he knows what he wants, and he's doing it.
It's like having a coach in the gym, a trainer in the gym. Eventually, you learn almost most of the things from the trainer, and you don't need the trainer anymore because you know majority of the basics, intermediate, and the advanced is you learning it yourself. That's what makes you more advanced, where you become the future trainer, right? The student eventually has to be so immersed that they may want to be the master, or else, but you don't have to. Some people, they just like to go to work out to be healthy, but when you're really inspired by the gym life, they label you gym rat. I guess we're meditation rats. What do you see the biggest thing that block people from happiness?
I think having expectation that things are just going to change right then and there. You need to get rid of expectations. And if they're not met, what happens? You get upset. I think that's for me. And also maybe just not believing in yourself. You have to believe in what you say and believe that you are your own source of happiness.
I think one of the hardest things for people to recognize is that we are so more like our parents than we recognize the good and the bad. Like my father is very intelligent, very smart, but oftentimes he can be closed-minded until he sees like a deep truth, then he'll open. So he's open-minded, but he won't open until he's not the type that's called agreeable, right? I think Jordan Peterson or whatever. You're not agreeable, so because you need things to be true. You want to be proven right. You like the truth, but you want it to be solid before you just shift your perspective, because you got to test it out first. And so I think it's part of what a seeker is. We don't want to just freaking believe everything. We want to go test it out. And many people don't even want to test out what they believe, because if they're wrong, then they would have to change. Right? We human beings, we don't like change because it requires effort. Change. Now I gotta change my worldview, mentality, and all this. It's just easier to just...
I think that's very important. If you don't like where you're at, what do you have to do?
Yeah.
Change. If you don't like how you feel, what do you have to do?
Yeah.
Change it.
And that's why one of the things that deter us from growing is laziness, torpor, and just like sluggishness. I don't want to live stream today. I don't want to play the flute. I don't want to serve. Imagine that the master is like, man, F the 100 people waiting for me outside. I'm trying to chill today. Because I'm aware some days I'm tired as hell, but my heart tells me, if the universe sometimes, like, I need to be here, even though after temple, and I know, like, and then when I show up, somebody dog passed away, or somebody's grandma, or they need a prayer, or they need connection. It's just, so I learned from the master, hey, look, when you serve humanity, it's full time now. If you're not full-time servant, like, then you're not giving your all, and if you're not giving your all, then you're giving from limitation. When the master gives, he gives from unlimitation.
Yeah, don't limit yourselves. Don't limit yourself to what you can do and be. You guys are all fully capable of doing something. Someone came to me and they were upset they didn't have any money, and I didn't tell them to do this, but I said, if you really want money, how would you get it right now? They didn't know. I'll have to wait for a job interview. What's stopping you from getting a sign and going to a gas station? And I wasn't saying to do that, but I'm saying desperate people will do desperate things. And sometimes you have to do things like that. You'll have to do things that you don't feel comfortable. You'll do things that will push you to a whole new world. You become humble. Hey, I need help. I don't have any money to eat. Or can I have something to eat?
Yeah.
But some people won't ever do it. They want someone to give them everything. They want the master to give them $200. He cannot just give you. You have to go get it yourself.
The amount of people who show up to ask the master for a lottery number is like, holy. Like, when I went and I observed, dang, they don't even want to get it. They just want lottery numbers because it's immature. They just want things to be like, drop the freaking treasure chest out of the sky.
I can tell you this. He can give you the numbers, but even if they're right, even if you win, if that money isn't meant for you, you'll lose it right then and there. Something will happen. Hey, sorry, we gave you the wrong ticket. It actually was different. It wasn't that.
Yeah. And some people with the money, they could end up abusing others with arrogance, with ego, with disrespect, because they don't know how to use it, and that's why they don't have it in the first place. So that's why you have to earn it. It helps you to maintain, grow, and and develop. But it's like many people don't want to learn about taxes, but learning about it helps you to make your money work. But if the moment you don't want to learn about taxes, then you don't want to learn about money. And so shout out to the taxes, because it's part of the system. And then as you have more wealth, then you have more ways, more loopholes or whatever people use, and it's just you evolve over time. In the beginning, you just gotta slowly humble yourself to do Amazon deliveries, deliver food, sell hot dogs at IKEA, work at Taco Bell, right? I've sold ice cream. So the dirty work humbles you so that you learn to maintain your life. You know that the money comes from hard work. And but everyone's meant to do something different. Not everybody's meant to be a millionaire or billionaire, because not everybody wants that. Some people just want to be abundant, right? You don't necessarily, right? Some people want to be abundant and it leads them to a millionaire or billionaire. Some people want abundance and they just need enough money to feel that, because it's not about the number, it's about what fulfills you as an individual. But sometimes we've been sold by the mainstream consciousness. I need 6 figures or I need 7 figures, and you're like, wow, now I'm the alpha bro, right? Like, I got numbers, I got 6 figures, and how did you make it? Oh, scam people. I mean, no, it's meme coin. It's good. It's whatever coin, right? Moon coin. And so you end up sometimes, the way you make money. Also, if you do it the wrong way, it's called wrong livelihood. Then the karma comes back and everything gets taken away. And that's why the people in Hollywood right now, shaking in their boots, because sometimes you get really famous, but you sold your soul or you do the wrong thing to get there. But if you know that you did the best you can to be a good person, and you don't even have to be perfect, because nobody's perfect. If you have good intention and it's real, it's true, then you're protected. Even if you end up in jail, you'll find a way out because you're doing the right thing. So that's why, like, even if you get close to death, you stay alive, because the good thing that you do, it protects you. Can you talk about how your merit protects you?
Yeah, if you have a lot of merits accumulated.
You want water, you can drink water too, bro.
If you have a lot of merits accumulated, you will have a protection. It keeps you living longer. I wish I could word it in a better way for you guys. It's like a divine veil that's always around you, and if you know how to use it properly, it's gonna last you for a whole lifetime. But if you don't know how to handle it, if you keep doing the wrong thing, if you keep using it on the wrong thing, it diminishes, and that veil will slowly get smaller until you don't have anything protecting you. So keep accumulating good merit. And how do you get good merit? Doing good things for others, giving, with no expectations of anything back. Give from the heart. Something as simple as a smile is a form of gaining merit. Giving to a sangha, giving to a community, something that can benefit many people. It's a good way to make it as well. Volunteering is probably the best way that I can think of. You don't have to volunteer at a temple or a church. You can go help the elderly people. What is it where they hang out? Not hospice, but where the old people tend to live.
Oh, yeah. The retirement home.
Yeah. They need people there. Even if you play bingo with them, you're sacrificing your time to make someone happy. That is a good form of making merit.
Animal shelter, somebody said, is a great way. Feeding the homeless.
Yeah, those are good as well. Yeah, even planting trees, planting flowers for the future. Mm-hmm. Definitely a good way. Every little thing that you do counts towards something good.
And it slowly builds. Like one of my favorite quotes from the Buddha: as you help others make their way brighter, your way becomes brighter too. When you light one candle, that one candle can light 1,000 candles. So as your light becomes brighter, any darkness that comes into a bright light becomes there's no shadows. So as you help more people and you have a community of light, happy people, we can deal with a lot more negativity. Why? Because we got the damn light.
You become the light, essentially, right?
Yeah. And so as
You
a
are the
community,
light.
we're a light community. And so when you're sad and you come to the community, you know that the light, we practice it, but the light's already within you. But sometimes the world can be, but not every company, not every job, people practice compassion. And so that's why you need the spiritual community, because it's like a Pokestop. Like you have to come refill sometimes. Ding, 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 ding. And so we have one online at the park. We do it. The temple is like a Pokestop. It just refills you. Some people need once a month refill, but imagine you could just fill yourself every day by turning your own body into the temple. Can you talk about that?
The body is a temple.
Mm.
You guys are in charge of it. You decide what you allow in and out. You should allow good people around you. You should allow positive people around you. And let's say you're around negative people. If you know how to maintain your peace, you can be around whoever you want. But not everyone can do that. Definitely don't be around people that are going to put you down. Their negative energy might be stronger than your positive energy. Two things like that don't mix. You cannot put a good apple or a bad apple in a bunch of good apples. Then those apples become bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good topic. This is your temple, isn't it? We're in your temple. This is his energy.
This is the
He's
TikTok
sharing it with you guys.
Mystic Village. Let's see here. Some people have inflated their identity above their survival. They are attached to an identity or community that does not serve them, but they are afraid of being themselves and alone because they have heard their entire life that their voice doesn't matter, that their belief doesn't matter. Now they're attached to that identity that is not themselves, afraid of letting go of their shadow because they won't validate themselves and love your damn self. It's why we call that, is it glitchy? It's why we call that awakening. When I had my awakening, everything changed. My brain, I questioned everything. Wow, I don't know how to think for myself because I was trying to make my parents happy, or we want to be a people pleaser. We want to be a good Asian boy or girl, right? We want to make our mama, papa happy. We want to be a good Thai Buddhist guy who also needs to fulfill the Asian role as a smart Asian child. And if you're dumb, you're kind of like subpar. And so when you don't fit the mold of what's suggested to you, you feel like a loser. And sometimes those people, that's what leads me to this path, because I tried to be that path that didn't match me. But luckily, the spiritual path is you waking up to yourself, the thing that fulfills you, not what's suggested to you. Right? My mother really wanted me to not be just make money, but I couldn't do that because when you get picked on in school, or your mind's different, right? You don't have the greatest memory. You've been an A, B, C, D honor roll student from elementary to high school. Maybe who you are doesn't match the schooling system and that kind of system, because who you are maybe is meant for something different. But you don't know that until you suffer and still believe in yourself. Because some people suffer and give up. But when you suffer and there has to be a reason I'm still here, because there is, people. You get to be who you are, and you get to decide that. You don't have to let society define you, your mama define you. You can change yourself, love yourself, and create yourself from scratch. And that's why I'm happy, because I stopped worrying about what my friends were thinking, oftentimes acquaintances. And I stopped worrying what people thought about me, and I stopped judging myself, and I just decided, I'm gonna just be weird and be me. I'm gonna make this work. And What is it like did your mother or anybody like tell you to not follow this path, or?
There's only one person that doesn't like what I do, and that's my grandma. She's very Protestant, and if you're not with that church, you're in the wrong path. No matter what, you cannot be Catholic. You cannot be, one of those other
denominations. Yeah.
You have to be that specific one, and you have to live by the Bible.
She's the super OG.
I actually talked to her. She called me. She called me on, I believe it was on a Saturday. And if it wasn't Saturday, it was Sunday. But she called me and she's like, "Oh, son, how are you? How you been? What are you up to?" "Oh, I'm just planting seeds, Grandma." "What kind of seeds are you planting?" "Oh, the seeds of the foundation, the seeds of my life." "Oh, okay, cool." "So like the seeds that will grow into fruit, the fruits of your life." Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. And then she's like, "Okay, so what's the plan? What's going on with your future?" I just told her I'm just cultivating. "Oh, cultivating, that's very good. And where are you trying to go?" "I'm trying to go on the right path." And she questioned it, like, what kind of path are you talking about? "Grandma, all paths lead to the same place." "Where?" "To God." And then, she likes to hear that. And she's like, no, all paths only to the same place. You cannot go from Los Angeles to Lake Forest. You cannot go, it won't take you to the same place. You cannot go Irvine and then go down to San Jose and then go. Well, she was just thinking all the cities in California. And I'm like, "Grandma, I'm not talking about the physical path. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the spiritual path. The spiritual path that takes us back to where we belong. One with all, one with God." And then she cut it again. No, there's 4 parts. You're not on the right one." She doesn't know that. She definitely doesn't know that I converted to a monk recently, but I think that's gonna scare her. I'm gonna go visit her. I'm gonna cut all my hair off and visit her one day. But I told her, like, "Grandma, you love me, right?" "Yes." "Don't you think so you think I'm on the wrong path?" And she's like, I didn't say that." "Well, Grandma, you implied it. You implied that I'm not on the right path just because I'm not following what you follow." And she's like, "Oh, I cannot tell you what to do. I cannot decide things for you." So she kind of left it at that. And then I told her, "Grandma, I love you, right?" She's like, "Yes, I love you too." And we left on good terms.
Yeah.
I think that's her way of looking out.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's all you know. Like, sometimes you're just born into what you're born with, but you never question what's beyond that. The same thing, like my mother didn't understand when I became more spiritual. She thought I was becoming Christian. I became more positive and loving without religious. And she's like, "How are you going to be buried? Are you going to be buried or cremated?" I'm like, "Mom, I'm still alive. It's fine. Like if that happened, do whatever, But sometimes our parents, like, they come from tradition and they live in a box. But spirituality helped me to, like, all the rivers of Christianity, Buddhism, all these religion, they lead to the same ocean. But some people don't agree with that, right? But I do. And so the thing is, we can disagree, but what can we agree on? We both want to be happy. And that happiness can be right now. We can practice gratitude, right? Every religion teaches some sort of gratitude and for life, right? Thanksgiving. And that's why I choose the more spiritual path, but I respect the religious path because it worked for my ancestor. But now our ancestors are combining, because we're online right now with like every religion. We got Roman Catholic people, we got Baptist people, we got Buddhists, we got people who are agnostic, but we are showing up because we resonate with peace and love, and that we can respect that your peace and love is Jesus Christ, that your peace and love. No, that's not pre-recorded. Okay. I gotta point it. Not a recording. That's why that sign's there. Okay. Somebody asked in a comment. When you help others, your problems miraculously get solved. Or somebody made that comment. When you help others, your problems miraculously get solved. What can you say about that?
So it's like when you're giving somebody a solution, somebody will give you a solution as well. What you give in life is what you get. If you give happy, you get happy. If you give help, someone will help you. But imagine if you never help anyone. Who's going to want to help you? Be sure that everything you do will come back. It might take time though. You cannot just help for 1 year and then expect help right then and there. And those other 20 years that you're alive, you didn't do anything. No. Put in the work and you get the results you're looking for. But definitely a true thing.
But don't do it expecting people to help you back. Because when you expect help back, people will expect you, and you both will be disappointed at each other because you both live with expectation instead of purity. Like one of the Buddha's quote I remember, if you never help others, when you need help, no one will help you either. And I was like, oh, word. You gotta, like, so if we just keep helping people with no expectation, I don't know, like many people, like same thing with my family. If my family, we are very independent. We do not like to ask for help. So when we need help, people like will show up. Like our house didn't have electricity. Okay. We end up having like 3 generators when we didn't have electricity. Like people just wanted to give because when you're a giver all the time, when you need help and people happen to hear about it, like how can we help back? Cause right, same thing with the master. The master is like helping people all the time. And if the master ever get like a cough or get sick, here comes the cough drops. Here comes like gifts, here comes flowers. Cause he like got a cold or whatever, right? So sometimes the master does get a cold. And the amount of people just come bearing gifts because that's the nature of the karma. When you inspire and help others, they will come help you back. But don't expect it because then you'll be miserable.
A lady actually asked me today about that. She asked me, how do so many people come and help master? People just cut the grass. They just come and paint. And I just looked at her. How many people does he help every day? They remember that, they appreciate, and they come back to give back. So because he's helped, they help back. And that's why you see so many people come to help out, to build things or to fix things.
Yeah. And that's why we have so many dedicated moderators on the streams, like on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. Right? Because one of the things that the master does, it's not a business. Like there's a lot of spiritual community that's more business, but the master just helps people. So I became inspired and like, okay, you know what? I'm going to trust the process. I'm going to just keep helping people. And now I get to do the same thing that the master's doing. Similar, like I wouldn't say the same thing. I get to support people unconditionally, and I get to, slowly build this, make my life work. And, because we have a teacher who just purely helps. But of course you need to pay the light bill, but people naturally donate to the temple because he helps people for, every day. And the Twitch channel is called The Mystic Village. Yeah. And there's a link in the bio. Yeah. So where do you see your work in the world? Where do you see yourself evolving to? Brother Alfred, who's from the temple, if you're just joining us, is Brother Alfred. How old are you?
I am 33 now.
33. Born in Cali, now in H-Town, developing, still full life ahead. What are you inspired by in service?
Well, kind of when you first left off, where do I see myself? And now with the inspiration, I'm always inspired by the master, by what he does, and he's not charging anybody any money. He does it from his heart. And what do I see myself doing? I'm doing it right now. on giving back to the world. If you want to show your respect to your teacher, what do? You learn. You learn from him. You practice gratitude. How do you practice that gratitude? By taking that information and practicing it and giving it back to the rest of the people that may need it. And that's what I'm doing. My work is every day, every moment, every hour. No matter where I'm at, I represent the teacher. I represent the world. I represent the light. And each and every one of you guys also does that. Maybe you don't see it yet. One day you'll see it. Even our brother here, he's representing the master. He might not say it, but by what he speaks, by his actions, he's doing just so. I see myself just looking to learn, grow, experience. And when the time is right, you never know. I might be still in the temple. I might be somewhere else. I don't know. But whatever is meant to come to me will come to me. If I'm meant to reach enlightenment, I'll reach that enlightenment. If I'm meant to go somewhere else in the world, I'll be somewhere else in the world. I'm going with the flow. But I'm taking my steps and my actions in caution. In mindfulness. Definitely in mindfulness.
You're trusting the teaching, which is, the karma. You help people, they help you back. As you serve, be around people with purpose, your purpose naturally will open. How does enlightenment, what does enlightenment mean to you? How do you define it personally?
Enlightenment is understanding everything for what it is. You know the beginning and you know the ending. And you're in control of it. If you want to go to the store, you go. It's your God-given right. Enlightenment, you understand. If I go right now, I'm going to take this long. Do I have time to do that? Can I make time to do that? I mean, you understand the consequences. If I do this, then I won't be able to do that. That's how I look at it.
Many people look at the supernatural power of enlightenment, which you do hear about. But the reason we don't talk about supernatural power is because that's what human beings love to follow. This is why we don't mention supernatural power, because that's the wrong thing to follow. Because some people want the power, but they don't realize when they woke up today, that's supernatural power.
You already have it. You're alive. That's a supernatural power. To be able to smile, to be able to talk to someone, that is a magical power, and it's all in your hands. And every single one of you guys can do something different if you want to. That's magic too. You don't need to make it rain to show that. But if you cultivate, if you meditate, you can work towards having something more. Just keep cultivating.
Some of us are meant to have amazing, sharp psychic abilities. Some people are meant to be sound healers. Some are meant to be teachers of books or philosophy. Some are meant to be meditation teachers. Some are meant to be yoga teachers, right? Some are meant to be a bus driver, because the universe needs people in every role. And being humble, you've gone to maybe a restaurant and you meet the sweetest server who's spiritual, calm, and you feel so loved. That's a light worker working there, right? There's a light worker, it could be anywhere, cooking for you. The food is so delicious. You're like, what the heck? Why is this restaurant not more popular? Because they want to stay low-key barbecue place. Right? It's about the love. That's what really that light that we're talking about. It's more feeling the thing that when you taste the love, you're like, you forgot what you were worried about, because there's so much energy and density in the food, in the way people serve as a server, in the way people limousine drivers drive. It could be the way you walk, right? When you see some Zen master like Thich Nhat Hanh, the way he sits, maybe the way the community Plum Village play the singing bowl, they have their own technique, right? And so all of these is just a way to communicate love, and you just gotta find what inspires you and practice. So in here we practice the singing bowl, flutes, and music, and it's not perfect all the time, but it's more about love than perfecting, making it perfect, and slowly cultivating excellence, right? What do you practice cultivating like, skill. What skill are you? I know you're into, like, what inspires you to maybe learn about history and Buddhism and all these things?
I like how everything started from something and how it transitioned into something bigger. I like to look at the history to see how something so small became something so big, and how we can look at China, for example. There used to be so many dynasties. Now it's united, maybe by force, but it is united.
Yeah.
And how did it lead to that? And what's going to happen next? And throughout that history, there's been different emperors. The word emperor is actually Chinese. Other countries may use it, but it's of Chinese origin. And they had really good emperors, and they had some not so cool emperors. The last one didn't do a good job, so what happened? It fell apart. What do we learn from that? You need to have the right person in power, or you need to teach them the right thing to know how to lead a country, to lead its people. And that's why I like looking at history, to see how everything came to be, how it led to what was invented, the people that made the impact. Because throughout whole history, there's been a lot of people that have done the work, and now we're making history, and you're part of it.
We're using the power of the internet to have authentic heart-to-heart talk that helps us to experience some sort of freeing, freeing topics, and just you have the free will to be here or not. You don't have to believe. You don't have to listen. That's the beautiful part about what we're doing. Before, there was cable TV, right? There was no TV station. There was radio station from people's house, right? Some illegal radio stations, and sometimes you pay. But now imagine we have the power to share knowledge and light and music from our house and make an impact on the world that makes it better, instead of just surrendering to corporation controlling the stream of consciousness that we absorbed and program us. Now we can make our own program, and it could be love. Let's see here. Do you think mankind stopped being so compassionate and selfless once they broke up tribal living?
Not at all. It's the people that raised them. Different people raised different ways. And I think when they break out of that unity, some of that is lost. You don't have to be tribal to have these good, you can call them meaningful interactions with family, or teaching love and kindness. You don't need to be tribal whatsoever. I think as long as you're taught right, you're going to do the right thing. So it has to do more with formal education.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot about wisdom, values, principles. And nowadays, people's principles, value, and mentors are too busy to mentor because they're busy on the grind making money, that we oftentimes have the money but don't have the happiness, but we pretend to be happy because we got a Gucci belt. And so that's why the younger generation become very material, and the modern world becomes a lot of material, because it's a way to perceive your happiness or hide it. You can hide your happiness away with a lot of money. You can hide behind a sports car. You could hide behind your feelings with buying distracting things, for sure. And so the kids nowadays are inspired by it could be more tech oriented things, newest graphics card, the newest cars, the newest trends. But a lot of it has nothing to do with genuine happiness, but perceiving what's cool. So being cool can be so distracting that we don't even know we're unhappy. But it's okay to, I like Pokemon. I enjoy, I see Pokemon, but I know it's cool. But what's true happiness? I woke up today. I have food to eat, water to drink. I have good friends and good community. That's a real treasure, right? And what's a real treasure in your life?
A real treasure? I think you're a good treasure. It's hard to find a good friend. It's hard to find a good spiritual friend that will keep you going. That's gonna push you. That cares to see how you're doing. That cares to see that you're progressing in life. This is a treasure not just for me. He's a treasure for all of you. It's hard to find somebody that cares, but devotes time to benefit others.
Because when I needed a treasure in my life, I found it within, and I wish I could have found it earlier. You know, because I used to be so sad, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like the happiness is within, but how come nobody was teaching me? So I got really, like, my drive to help people strong because I used to be so sad. And so now I do my best to hold people accountable for their self-loving practice because I don't want to see people miserable. And that's what led me back to like open to the master, and master helped me to like sharpen and polish myself more because I'm a rough diamond or whatever, you know, because I'm just sassy, very unorthodox, and he just helped me to be more respectful and traditional. Which, you know, because when you freeform, oftentimes you're not as grounded because you're just making stuff up. So the master showed me why tradition works, but you can still be sassy and have good inner practice roots and still add color to your painting. It doesn't have to be black and white and zen only. You can make the yin yang colorful. And that's how I need it to be because that's who I am. I'm like a colorful yin yang. But nobody's ever taught me that. You know, that you could be colorful, but make sure you have discipline. Because I was colorful, but it lacked discipline. But now I have color and discipline, and now I'm slowly increasing the art form. But the main goal that he taught me, be effective at helping people. Sometimes you help people, but you're not effective because sometimes we talk too much, or we don't inspire people to practice enough. We just like to talk about the universe, consciousness, expansion of the third eye, right? Blooming lotus, the 1,000 lotus, right? In your third eye chakra, and the consciousness is just expanding in front of you and in your eyes as Mother Earth is support. I used to be like that. It's too much flowery energy, and it means nothing to people who are trying to change their life. Because when you don't have discipline, you act more flowery, right? So you have to act more spiritual instead of just be you. It's deeper than just a bunch of flowery words. I used to be very flowery because I lacked the mentor. But with master, he helps you to execute your vision plan and make sure you're effective at helping people. But the whole goal of your whole purpose in life is about service. Can you expand on, like many people ask me on the line, how do I find my purpose? What's my purpose? And a master, I agree completely that it's about service. Can you talk about why can't it just be like, all right, I'm meant to just hold on to Bitcoin and then invest into meme coins and maybe buy some Doge on the side and XRP is going up. But then he said, your purpose is more about help people. Can you share?
Definitely. I think if you're into the coin stuff, it sounds more like a hobby. I don't think that's something that's going to be liable forever. At some point, the hype will die and there'll be a set coin for the world. But in the meantime, you can write it if you want. Your purpose, we all have the same purpose. It's to be a good person, to help one another, to love one another, and to respect one another. How you go about it, that's up to you guys. Outside of that purpose, you're all going to have a specific thing you're meant to do. I think we talked about it a little bit earlier. Some people are meant to be mechanics. You're meant to make sure and ensure the safety of people driving. And that alone can be a very admirable thing if you put your heart into it. And when you know your purpose, you love what you do, and you do what you love. And this is his purpose. Reaching out to you guys, putting you guys, and giving you the right information, giving you hope, giving you a positive message to stay on a happy life, a spiritual life. Purpose, it can be anything. But always remember the basic principle: help one another, love one another. And if you cannot help anyone, at least don't do any harm. Maybe you're not ready. Well, when you're ready, you'll be able to help someone.
Yes, many college students, oftentimes they want to graduate to make money, and so they end up being miserable. But I tell the college student, look, bro or sister, you have to have a dream beyond just making money, because the money is not enough inspiration for you to be there. But if your dream is about changing the world for the better, it's gonna drive you more than just chasing the bag, because it's something that is a lifelong relationship. Helping people, like there's never gonna be no one to help. But you gotta start with you. But if you let money be the thing that directs your life, when your money is low, your life feels slow. If your money is high, then you get high. But when your life is about something beyond me and my gain, it centers you, because even when your money is low, you're gonna still follow through on your purpose. And if there's no one to help, you still got you. So it humbles you. But when it becomes just about chasing material and following the societal programming of buy a house, get a car, and all these things to fit in, oh gosh. Eventually, and that's why a lot of relationships lead to divorce, because it's about fitting in and looking good in society than about true happiness. But respect to the people who are happy following the societal norm, because it works for you. But it needs more than just fitting in. You need purpose and about service, and it has to be something beyond you, because if all you think about is you, that's just ego, because you're not on this just planet alone. And some people think about themselves and family, and that's it. That's an issue too, because then your children will copy you. Me, my family, and you never think about the world and community. And so when your family needs help, nobody helps you because you didn't help nobody. So when your house flood, nobody wants to come help you because you never help anybody. And so this is where the natural disaster from Mother Earth humble us so much. When you constantly help people and you need a generator, you got one. But when you help nobody and you need support, well, guess what? In the past year, all you thought was my family and me only. And so nobody really comes to help you. Oftentimes you can get by with independence. But when you have community, you don't feel so alone. You don't want your family to feel no support. When your family connects with other families, you feel, wow, humanity is beautiful. But when you need help, and then sometimes you blame society. Man, society sucks. So you also didn't help nobody either, and you expect society to help. And so instead of complaining about how the world is so bad, the system is so effed up, what is our motto? Be the change, don't be the complaint. That's what the master always teaches. Be the solution, not the problem. So if you're a student and you consider yourself one, if you show up to the master with a problem, he's gonna grill you, because you know the solution. There's some solutions that need him involved, but most of the things you can show up as the solution, not bring another problem to the holy master, right? Because when he trained you, you know the solution. All right.
For us, he would tell us, like, stop giving me the problems. I want to hear solutions. It'd be like temple stuff going on, and he wouldn't want to hear the problems. Like, come back when you have a solution. So we would give him the solution to the problem.
And he'll test you. He'll create a problem that you could fix, and then he'll ask, hey, who did that? And your response, if you start pointing fingers, you're effed. But if you pay attention, you fix it right in front of him, like, wisdom. I remember he poked a hole in the ceiling one time during COVID because nobody was, low traffic. So he had more time to train us, really. He poked a hole in the ceiling because it has those office ceiling, right? And he like, hey, what? Who poked why is the ceiling open? And then my brother Jason comes, I don't know, master. He like freaking out about something. I'm like, bro, the lesson is just put it back. Put it back. The end. But human beings, sometimes he want to teach us to be more practical than point finger. No more problem. Just fix. If you can fix the problem right there and then. That's why when I see somebody having an issue, I'm like, let's talk about it right now. Get on the mic. Right. Like let's address it right now. But many people they're not ready to do the work. And so you continue having the problem if you don't if you don't focus on solution, then you will be more about problem. If you're just joining us, this is our brother Alfred from the temple, who I've been friends with 6 years, probably. I think that's when 6 years. He lives Alfred. He lives at the temple, and I basically sleep over in the past many times, and he's been here also many times, 3 times, and we just, we keep each other inspired. It's easy to lose devotion sometimes because you're figuring your life out. It's not supposed to be easy, and we don't want to just routinely just make action. We want to have some deep intention, and Master calls it, you want to talk to God about things before you make action. Can you explain on that?
Yeah, it's another way of saying have a plan. But have a plan with God. Ask God, is this your will? And you'll have your answer. It'll come to you in one way or another. But make sure everything that you decide to do, if you're not quite sure, you know who to go to. Ask and you will receive.
Who is your master? This is because he allowed us to share him on. He has YouTube.com. You can search Master Kauchin, Cauchin. So if you want to see who the Holy Master is, you're welcome to check him out. And we call him Holy Master because I also didn't believe in holy masters at all, or having a master at all in my life. But when you meet the real deal, that's undeniable, you're like, golly. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to believe in the master because I also thought, like the master's within, right? Well, wait, once you meet a real master, you're like, whoa, that's like Dumbledore. I thought, dude, Dumbledore's alive. And I was like, okay, why did the universe match me up with Dumbledore? Oh, to train me. So, can you explain a little bit about why he's the master to you, why you call him master? How about that?
I like what he represents. I like the integrity he holds on to. He's pretty diligent in his work, and he wants the best, so he gives the best. And I see how he is towards other people. That's someone that gives a damn. He does care. He might not always show it, but he does care. It just depends how open you are to receiving the help, how open you are to listening. If you're not open to anything, he's not going to tell you anything. But if you're open to change, he will tell you what you need to know. I call him master because he accepted me for who I am. He didn't judge me. He didn't look at me and to see what he can get from me. He did everything for me with no expectation whatsoever. He gives from the heart. So he set the example of what a good person can do and can be. And so I follow in his footsteps. I'm inspired by him, and a lot of what I say is based on what I was taught by him.
Yeah, he's very disciplined, very consistent, and very sharp, holy. His sharpness, there's a Bodhisattva Manjushri who rides a lion and carries a sword to cut away your ignorance. And to me, he embodies that Bodhisattva so much because he loves you, but he's gonna love you and be fierce because that's how the ego can naturally poison you. And that's why that sword, the sharpness from that sword cuts away the ignorance. And he's so good at it. He keeps you accountable. And that keeping you accountable for your ego helps you to be humble. And when you're humble, your heart opens more. because you are grounded. But when you don't check your ego, he may send a lion, right? Whatever that may be. The game, right? The teaching, the fierce lion. But while he rides the lion, he's just like laying on the lion, smiling. But at any time, if he pulls a sword out, you're like, holy. Which is, and he's the one who taught me Mahayana Buddhism. I
remember that day.
Yeah. I teach you new Buddhism. Because I was raised on Theravada Buddhism, which is Thai, Sri Lankan, and some Indian, but mainly Thai, Sri Lankan, and some Nepal. But he showed me the Chinese, Vietnamese Buddhism. Tiểu thừa. Phật giáo tiểu thừa. Right? Which is Mahayana, which really inspired by Amitabha and Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin, really, Kuan Yin is a dominant bodhisattva, light being, or an archetype of light, and which is compassion, love, forgiveness, mindfulness, and letting go. And then I began to immerse myself in Mahayana practices for like 4 years. I'm still immersed in it, but in a more unorthodox way. But what he showed me was Tibetan Buddhism, which is why I do like the medicine Buddha sutra and all the medicine. I didn't know he was teaching me that. I just thought I sucked as a student. I just thought, damn, I'm always getting yelled at here. Always. I'm just like, it's because when your mind is noisy, it's hard to tame. So he used that to tame my mind, the sassiness. And so now that I kind of understood how I am, right? Now that I've understood, okay, I need to learn to tame, because I have a strong mind. But if I can just channel this towards meditation or towards Mystic Village or live streaming, it would grow rapidly. But it requires me giving my life to it. So that's why I'm happy that I get to give my life to something, because I need it. If I'm doing something that doesn't fulfill me, I'm depressed, I'm sad. But now that I got singing bowls, I got my homies online, I got all these things to channel, teaching mindfulness, meditation, sound healing, crack jokes, and do it in my own way, because I know I don't fit in the Buddhism culture because I'm too weird, which is fine, right? And but the weirdness is authenticity. That's why the master is also quite weird. But he teaches us to be authentic. So he definitely taught me just be you. But around him, I'm a lot more. I tame because I know I'm in his system, and I want to respect his system because he's cultivated that and has done such a great job. I want to be respectful. But in what we do here, it's similar, but it's different because it's a lot different because we're more we don't practice Buddhism like religion, but we use the mantras as a form of meditation. That's what some chanting. Wait, do you need to use the restroom?
Not yet.
I do. Okay, you talk to them, or just talk about mantras. We're gonna do some mantras together, and I'll be back. And give me a second here. Just walk that way. Talk about mantras. We'll come back.
So I'm not sure how to use this setup, but I will try. Let's read some comments while we wait for Brother Tanet. Does anyone have a question? Ox5 says, what are the strengths of mantras? So a mantra can better help you connect with said bodhisattva. Depending on the mantra that you have, it just helps you connect with it. I can give you an example. The Om Mani Padme Hum. It means the three jewels in the lotus: the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. Some attribute it to the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin, and it does help. Bodhisattva of compassion. It helps you have more compassion towards yourself and others. What is compassion? Wisdom. And let's see what else we have here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Where's Brother Tanet? He went to use the restroom. I meant to say he's right here.
Oh wait, oops, the mic was wrong.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, the mic was off. Okay, so what mantra, like, do you use mantras on your, like, privately?
I do. I actually had just talked to them about Om Mani Padme Hum and what it means. The three jewels in the lotus: the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and it's a means of connecting with the Bodhisattva of compassion, Kuan Yin. I use Om Mani Padme Hum and I use Namo Amitofu. Every now and then I'll add some other stuff. Marapakana De. That's Manjushri's mantra.
And so, when you use it, what are the effects, or why would you, like, what does it help you with?
So when I do it, I purposely do it to find that wisdom within. When I use the Manjushri's mantra, Umarapakana De. If I feel like I lack compassion towards self or others, I will do the Om Mani Padme Hum. And if I ever feel not quite right, like I'm not with myself, I will do the Om Mani Padme Hum. I just feel a sense of relief when I do that. I feel a sense of peace when I do that. And so I like to do that. And with the Namo Amitofu, it means infinite life, infinite light. I feel like I'm reiterating that I am, in a sense, the light for all and self. I am unlimited life and light.
So the way we, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, so the mystic village, the way I operate is, the Buddha nature is like the Christ consciousness, the Krishna. So all the holy things, God, the Holy Spirit, that's within, is already here. The Dharma, the Buddha, the Dharma is the teaching that helps you to realize all of these things, the way we talk about it, the way we engage, that thing that helps to make our life peaceful and happy, and effectively peaceful and happy, not just look peaceful and happy while you feel like crap inside and depressed. Okay, not that BS. Okay. And the Sangha is us getting together and chilling out and helping our lives become better. And that's how I see it here, because that's why we, at the end of the stream, we do 3 ohms to represent the light, the love that you already are. Sometimes you just have to realize it. It's not discovering it, it's just letting go. You have to realize you dope. And then the Dharma is, hey, you found a way to make money, teach me. Oh, you found a way to be peaceful, we should teach each other. Right? Oh, you found a way to be more authentic, we should. You found a way to enlighten me, is that even real? Let me show you, said the Buddha. And so the Sangha happened, and then, and so it makes sense, right? It makes sense that it's a system that makes our life better, that loves within, the teaching that helps you connect to that love, and the community that's connected together that makes the world a more beautiful place. So let's try some mantras. Okay, let's see show your skillful mean. Yeah. Let me see if I lower you. support with some bowls or something. Let's do a traditional one. What other mantras do you know?
Namo Amitofo. It's my daily
Many people use Namo Amida Butsu.
Japanese style.
Lots of inspired Japanese practitioners, because let's be honest, they got the Zen down over there. It's like, dang, I'm trying to give me a roll. Let me koan with you. Okay. Namo Amitofo. 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 How do you feel from chanting?
Pretty good. Very relaxed.
Interesting you can chant on a live stream nowadays, huh?
Yeah.
Because we evolve over time, to make it more digestible. But of course, years of cultivation to not give up on your dreams. They want more? What other mantra do you use?
The only other one I use is Om Arapa Kanade, but I don't chant it like that. I just repeat
You
it.
just repeat the word. Well, let's do that. Maybe you can use the fish drum to show some general pattern.
Oh.
And then we'll check. Okay.
It's very repetitive, and it's just Om Arapa Kanade, 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 Om Arapa Kanade.
More? Oh, sure. I'm trying to hear I'm trying to hear a good 3 minutes.
All right. All right. Om Arapa Kanade, 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 Om Arapa Kanade,
repetitively, what happens to your mind? Like,
And I feel I'm very focused, extremely focused on those words, and I just feel like my head is being more focused on of course the words, and I just feel like there's a release of pressure, and
and what is that mantra of?
it's Manjushri's mantra. I don't know the every syllable meaning anymore, but because I haven't explained it in like
That's okay. I
4
can
years.
Google it real quick. Kannada. Here we go. Manjushri names mean gentle glory or sweet glory in Sanskrit. Umaraba Kannade. Okay. His mantra comprised of Oaraba Sanade. And at the end of the day, the meaning isn't even as important. It's the practice that leads to clarity. But why? But many people want to know the meaning, but you don't need to know the meaning. You just generally need to know what your intention.
It's as I said earlier, it just helps you connect with that bodhisattva. It helps you connect with the wisdom if you're looking for that wisdom. With Umani Padme Hum, it helps you connect with the compassion.
Exactly. So it's like instead of, yes, each syllable has a deep intention, but you don't even need to know that. Right? Like to connect with the bodhisattva of wisdom, to connect with wisdom, the energy of wisdom, you can use this intention because you're not the only one on the planet using that mantra. So people use Om Mani Padme Hum because I think that might be the most Namo Amitofo and Om Mani Padme Hum and Amen, right?
So essentially the most popular ones, Namo Amitofu and Om Mani Padme Hum. Yes, even
so
Amen.
Imagine all the mantras of the world. They're powerful because people practice it. Our Father, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day. So the more people that use it, but of course it's hard to chant the whole Lord's Prayer all the time. But Om Mani Padme Hum, you get Om Mani Padme Hum. Some Tibetan monks all day there's Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. But it's about being present with the chant too. You can go fast, but you need to be sharply present. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. So to consistently do that over and over and have a good breath work is not as easy as it seems. And so the key of this fish drum is not to tap like music all the time. Sometimes you do, if you have a big group chanting with you, but privately, the master taught us how to use the fish drum, and most of the people, right? Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. No, what he showed us. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om. Right? So it's like the hand is one rhythm and your mouth is a. Because what happens is when you're doing two things in a moment, it silences your brain. Exactly. Because you're doing something presently rapid. Instead of trying to if you're doing a group chanting, it makes sense. But oftentimes the group chanting has a bunch of people in their heads anyways. For real.
Do you remember when he got us with the fish drum and what he told us?
I heard two crazy guy heading, what did he say?
The drum, I think he said if my master was here, he would yell at you.
Yeah. Yeah, because at that time, there was not a lot of student at temple and people. And they're like, I heard, like, that God tell me I heard two crazy guy hitting the drum. Like if my master would yell at me or whatever, right? I don't remember that part, but I just knew that I heard two crazy guys hitting the kak, right?
Yeah. Needed to say that.
And they come to like teach us, like when you play, you have to play with feeling. He says, so he chants like his chant. The master style of chanting is Namo Amitofu. Namo Amitofu. Namo Amitofu. And so he chants with feeling and emotion because that's love. I'm more of a sound healer, so I chant with feeling, emotion, and musicality because we're different, right? We're all doing different things. And so that's why I do a lot more mantras. And, you don't even need too many, but I use it because the variety of mantras can do different things.
There was a time in the morning, and I don't. He might have been there, but there was this lady that was singing, and she sang really good. But he had told her, like, the difference is that mine comes from the heart. He said you can sound the best, you can sing the best, but if it's not from the heart, it doesn't count towards anything. And I think she took it to heart. But she still kept coming, and I think she understood it really well, and she was dedicated for months to give that heart.
It's really important to practice with love, but also don't be attached to comfort zone. Sometimes we're so loving that we don't deliver the truth because we're scared of offending people. This is an issue. You have to use skillful means to deliver the difficult messages too. And that's why if you do it for money, you don't want to piss your clients off. So you don't say everything. But when you help people truly, you're going to tell them the hard truth because you want to help people, even if they don't pay you. Now, there are some people who charge money for wisdom and deliver the truth that piss people off and helps them. Respect. Right? Respect that rather than just tell them what they want to hear to get your $22.22. Or nowadays, inflation, $33.33. Link in the bio. And but the reason I also expand on mantras a lot because I'm a sound. I focus on sound a lot. And recently I've been using the Padma Sambhava. Om Namo Ga Om Ahom Vaja Guru Bama Siddhi Om Ahom Vaja Guru Bama Siddhi. And the energy I've been feeling this is like, the image of Padma Sambhava, he's got that really fierce eye. He looks like, you better not do the wrong thing. I see you. So when I chant this chanting, I see that image, right? I see like all the images of Padma Sambhava, the Guru Rinpoche, just like, don't even think about it. The wrong thing. Don't even sleep around. You trying to smoke again? So the fierceness of the Tibetan style is so powerful because they don't F around. And that's what he uses Mahayana as a vehicle, but he practices Vajrayana because it's so effective. That's why you see all the gurus. Ooh, and he does chant when he's doing healing though. And this is it, right? Uma Uma Jaguru Bhamasiddhi Om. Uma Uma Jaguru Bhamasiddhi 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 And so while being with Master, I naturally learned how to throat chanting because I just decided to not have a limitation to my voice. And out of nowhere, I'm like, I didn't know I could do it. So when you're around the Holy Master, a lot of your gift unlocked because he teaches you you have no boundaries. You have no limitation unless except the limiting mind that you block yourself from your gift. And but the way he keeps you humble, if he sees that you have potential, he'll do the opposite. Man, I have only follow, no student here. They just follow only. They don't even practice. Right? So when he sees devoted student, he does the opposite to them. Wow, they just here to socialize. They don't even here to do the work. And then it helps us to focus more than to just come to the temple and socialize. And that's what I tell the people online. Some people that come here to just hang out, but they don't even practice. Right? Some people just love me more, but they don't even love their damn self. And that's because the Master had to tell us the same thing. What can you remember that, Dharma?
You say, oh, you love me, but do you love yourself? How can you love me if you don't love yourself?
Because some people freaking are obsessed with the Master because they don't practice, so they just worship him. And I see that, and I'm like, oh hell no! I better let them know, love your damn self. Don't even love me. And when it's his birthday, he comes out of his room and everybody starts clapping, happy birthday. And at the end, he goes, every day is my birthday. Because that's the truth. Every day you wake up, you're born again. Every moment you're born again at this point. But, you know, the lesson from every day you wake up is a second chance to change your life and make it better or just improve it, you know. Let's just final word, and I guess, did you have lunch yet? No, right?
I haven't, no.
We can go to lunch. You know, got a special guest. We've been on for 4 hours.
Wow, it's been that long?
Or, I mean, I think you were on for 3 hours, I think. But of course, normally I would go to 5 hours. What is your experience so far?
It's always a good experience here. It's always fun.
Immersive. Yeah.
Very immersive.
Just like you see there, everyone's so focused and engaged. That's why I love it. Like, it's hard to explain to people like what's going on here, and that's why I'm leaving the temple Monday, because it's serious.
Yeah, you guys are part of something big. I said it earlier, this is his temple. It's not bound by these walls. It's on the internet. It's open for everyone. No one can be prevented from being here unless you choose not to be here. You're in a good spot. You're in a good area. And you're with someone that cares. For him to put this time into you guys, that's from the heart.
Mm. Does Tibetan Buddha... Does Tibetan Buddhist schools have a concept of idolatry like Judaism and Christianity does?
So it's a little... Well, because you said Tibetan style... They're really open. They're the most open when it comes to Buddhism. They believe in deity worship. They believe in deity meditation. Everything.
They're basically yogis who are inspired by the Buddhist roots, and because they had to deal with a lot of in the beginning, there was a lot of people practicing black magic. And Tibetan Buddhism is a response like, hey, let's stop all that weird stuff and let's do peace.
The first Japanese guy that went to Tibet, he was baffled. He didn't like what he saw at first. It's like, why are they worshiping these guys? That's not the Buddha. But then he saw the devotion. He saw the sheer amount of time and practice they put into it. His perspective changed. He was left left in a state of shock. He couldn't believe it. These guys do more, and they believe more. And he's a real person. You can look him up. I don't remember his name, but he wrote a book about it. His journey to Tibet.
Nichiren.
No. That's an extreme Buddhist guy. He's very popular. He changed Buddhism. But From what I know of him, he would openly challenge other Buddhist temples during his times, and they were going to kill him at least 3 different times. And you can say miracles happened and they didn't kill him. A solar eclipse happened. They're like, nah, this guy is something else. They let him go.
That dang solar eclipse. So it's every person that practices is on a different level. Some people worship the master, and some people realize the master is trying to reconnect with you with your inner master. But sometimes we don't believe in the inner master, and that's why we have a master, because the master will one day pass away, and you can either continue the good work or leave it behind. So when the master recognizes a good student, because a good student recognizes a good master, you're a perfect match, then he trains you hard, because someone has to continue leading peace and love, even though the world always complain about, man, the system's so effed up that you hear about the drones. You hear the drones? And so fear may happen, but the master like, man, if you meant to get COVID, even if you in outer space, you would get it. Because he's showing you, when you're a good person, you're protected by the BS of life. But not like completely, but mostly. And that's so true. When you're a good person, genuinely, you deal with a lot less BS. If it's genuine. Now, if it's not genuine, well, you gotta check in on yourself. Why? So of course, his name is Brother Alfred, not Albert. But the masters call him Alfredo, because the master has a way of connecting with us. And my name was Thai Guy and Domingo for years before he called me Tanet. No, you're good, man. Right? I was Domingo, Thai Guy. Mainly it's just that Thai guy.
He'd always ask, where's that Thailand guy? I'm like,
Yeah, Thailand guy.
I'm not sure.
Because he wanted to keep me humble. So he don't call you by your name sometimes, because he don't want you to be attached to your ego. That's why I'm sometimes bald guy. Are you guys Buddhist? Would you say you're Buddhist? Yeah, you're Buddhist monk. But Buddhism is not a religion to me. So I practice what I learned that's effective, but not everything. I just want to be effective with peace, love, humility. Because I don't got time to read all the damn sutras. Some people do. But I just have enough time to talk to the people who have read the sutras, and like the master, and just get the cliff note to practice effective life, which is called effectively peaceful. And we've been friends for 6 years. He's almost, he keep bouncing back and forth. I want to leave the temple. I'm not. It's not easy, because your holy master is like.
It's very difficult at times. Yeah.
Yeah, because he helps you so much to where you don't. I'm never gonna leave completely, because why would you? Because I got this far in my journey because he's just a huge light and pushes you to places you didn't know was possible, and open me to the healing path that has mantras and flutes. Like when I met the master, I wasn't using sound healing flutes. Right? I was just doing crystal bowls, and I just played a Thai recorder on the side. And now the Mystic Village is popping, and again, we're gonna go to lunch. And so thank you to Brother Alfred for your presence. Thank you for your devotion. I know it's difficult, because every day, right, he's at the temple every day. There's no like, I'm not going to temple. He just lives there, so it's like you have to. And sadly, there's not many people who's willing to be there every day until recently. But just because they're every day doesn't mean everyone has their role. So I'm grateful he's making the time to be here, because this is our little dojo, our little temple here. And that's what I do Mondays. I spend time supporting the master all day Monday. But that's ending because this is growing so rapidly. It needs me to give myself to service here, because master has so many people supporting, and I just want to do my work. He does his work, and so. Anything else from you?
Thank you all for being here, and thank you for having me. I had a great time. I hope you guys did too, and hope to come back another time to see you all.
And he may be back in the future, and he's cultivating some, what do you call it, his own content, which may be on TikTok or somewhere. So if he ever does, then I'll let y'all know, because when I see real practitioners who are grounded, do the best that they can, effort is enough. Just showing up. Most people don't even show up, but when you show up consistently, that's respectful. I gotta respect it, because it's hard to find people who are consistent. And when you're consistent, it inspires other light workers. Like, shoot, the master's on it, Tanet's on it, Alfred's on it. We all on the path, serving together, helping the world become more peaceful, so that it prevents war, sickness, sadness, depression, self-deletion, and all these things that affecting our planet. So let's just do 3 Om. Of course, thank you. Please love your damn self, of course. Thank you to the masters. Thank you to everybody here, respectful and being open to Brother Alfred and the community here. Because if I see people do good work, I'm like, you need to be online, because we need people in the front line over here. Kids on Kick calling me the N-word and judging whatever, because there needs to be more authentic mentors. And thank you for all the moderators. Thank you for you asking the question. Thank you for your focus, and thank you for taking the stream seriously and lovingly. And we'll see you tonight. Thank you.